Ladies and gentlemen, in order to attract more investment in renewable energy development, the government has launched the Presidential Regulation number 112 this year concerning on the acceleration of renewable energy development for electricity supply. It doesn't just regulate the utilization of renewable energy in terms of the price and procurement mechanism, but also the energy transition in the power sectors, which includes roadmap of the acceleration of coal-fired power plant retirement, and also the restriction of the development of new power plant coming from coal. We are currently working with other institution, ministry, to prepare the roadmap on this gradual retirement of coal-fired power plant, and also we are working with many countries through the IPG on how to develop the mechanism for those early retirement. Also, currently there is undergoing an intensive discussion on the draft of the new and renewable energy law, which is an initiative by the Parliament, including the priorities of the National Legislative Program in 2022. The new and renewable energy law will provide legal certainty, strengthen institution and governance, and create a comprehensive regulatory framework that can maintain a conducive, fair, and sustainable renewable energy investment ecosystem, so the renewable energy can be beneficial for the whole society. In the implementation of the resilient, safe, and cleaner energy transition, it is required to outline the details of the comprehensive pathways to explore the role of end-use sector electrification, expansion of renewable energy generation, energy efficiency solutions, emerging technologies such as electric vehicles, hydrogen, and battery storage system, as well as the importance of the expanding power sector integration. We are very grateful again to IRENA and also Denmark government for supporting us in developing this Indonesia energy transition outlook, which captures all possible options to Indonesia to accelerate energy transition to achieve the net zero emission. We also thanks to Ministry of Industry, Ministry of Transportation, to PLN, and to all related stakeholders for such a good collaborative works along the outlook development. I hope that Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources together with IRENA will keep continuing to collaborate in advancing renewable energy solutions to pursue the rapid growth of clean energy technology around the globe. So this outlook will then also add the reference for us. We had already coming from IEA. It was launched also in G20 ministerial meeting early in September. And this will again add the reference for Ministry of Energy, for Government of Indonesia to prepare the roadmap. So at the end, we will have only one roadmap coming from the ministry, and we will use this support, IRENA, IEA, and also others, to have more comprehensive and workable roadmap. So by this, I would like to thank to you all, and have very good morning and also very good discussion later on. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih kepada Bapak Dadan Kusdiana yang telah memberikan pidato sambutan. Thank you to Mr. Dadan Kusdiana for opening speech. Ladies and gentlemen, next we would like to invite Director of Country Engagement and Partnership from IRENA, Mr. Gurbus Gonul, to greet us on the stage and provide general introduction about IRENA's view on the energy transition issue. To Mr. Gurbus Gonul, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dr. Dadan Kusdiana, Director General of Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation and Acting Director General for Electricity. distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning and very warm greetings to you all. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to the launch of the Indonesian Energy Transition Outlook Report. And first, let me start with expressing our appreciation to the Indonesian Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, with whom we have closely collaborating during the preparation of this report. Also to the government of Denmark for their generous support to IRENA in this context. The Outlook development has very much relied on a multi-stakeholder consultative process with the involvement and support of a wide range of stakeholders in the country, being public, private, governmental, non-governmental. And I would like to express also our gratitude to all those stakeholders for their outstanding contribution in support of country's commitment to secure a sustainable energy future. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are at an important juncture. We have the climate challenge, we have the sustainable development challenge, and the decisions we take today will have implications on how we respond to these challenges. There is a tight window of opportunity before us to put the globe on track with our global climate targets. And Indonesia is in the center of this discussion, as many large economies are. With the expanding population and fast-growing economy, the country must determine its energy future with the choices it will make. During the G20 presidency of Indonesia, we have closely worked and collaborated in various dimensions of G20 energy transition agenda, from technology to policy to investments and finance. As IRENA, we have been very impressed with the strong commitment shown by the country to clean energy transition, and as well as the actions already taken, despite the challenges this process may pose. The report that we launched today is charting us possible decarbonization pathways for Indonesia to 2050, aligned with Paris climate goals. And it does it through a combination of three streams of analysis: the renewable readiness assessment, the renewable energy roadmap analysis, as well as the power system flexibility assessment. The report suggests that the country's energy mix would change from one dominated by fossil fuels to one that sees rapid uptake of renewable energy based on three possible highly decarbonized pathways for Indonesia, where in each scenario shows how availability of key technologies can influence the decarbonization journey to allow for a balanced perspective of the impacts of relying on different technologies. Such transformation of the energy mix would also require a rapid development of the associated infrastructure. Investing in flexibility of the power system will be crucial to enable the transition, with significant expansion of capacity for domestic and international transmission, as well as storage and demand response. Here, together with our presenters and panelists, and based on the findings of the report, we will discuss how such transition process can be accelerated. We hope that the insights from this report will contribute paving the way to a more sustainable energy transition in Indonesia. Dr. Dadan already highlighted about the Net Zero Roadmap and our contribution. We'll be happy to support this process in the coming days to be able to provide the most reliable data and information throughout the finalization of Net Zero Roadmap for Indonesia. We look forward to expanding our bilateral collaboration in the coming years, including in the context of Indonesia's ASEAN presidency next year. Thank you very much, and we're looking forward to fruitful discussions today. Thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Gurbus Gono. Ladies and gentlemen, next we will together launch the Indonesia Energy Transition Outlook Report. To Mr. Dadan Kusdiana and Mr. Gurbus Gonul, please come to the stage.
Dia Pak Satya ikut menyaksikan Pak.
Gimana? Kami mengundang Bapak Satria untuk bisa bergabung. Now, Mr. Gurbus Gonul will symbolically hand over the report to Mr. Dadan Kusdiana. Mr. Gonul and Mr. Dadan, please kindly stay on the stage for the photo session. Let's give big applause for the launching Indonesia Energy Transition Outlook Report. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, untuk laporan dapat diunduh melalui QR code yang ada di depan. Ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed to our next agenda today. We will have several technical presentations on the vision of energy transition from Indonesia Energy Transition Outlook and wider contextualization. We welcome REMAP Senior Program Officer Mr. Ricardo Gorini to give presentation on World Energy Transition Outlook and implication for Indonesia. To Mr. Ricardo Gorini, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you all. Very welcome here today. First, I would like to start saying that we're very happy. We just had this important launch of the report, and we'd like to start talking about a little bit of the global context. So we have some slides here. And first, it's important to say that we are all connected. As we know, the world is really facing challenges today. We have energy crisis that's affecting all of us. We have climate change challenges. We have socioeconomic challenges. But we have good news. Renewables are becoming more and more competitive everywhere. So I'd like to start presenting IRENA. For those that are not aware, we have a very global membership. So we really have the possibility to discuss these global aspects in many fronts. So the next slide. As we know, we have a challenge to understand what are the global perspectives, and this is what I will be presenting today. We have in IRENA those 4 pillars, and that's specifically under the REMAP team program. We are trying to understand here what are the perspectives for the global energy transition challenges, and that's the World Energy Transition Outlook, as you can see. That's the important flagship report of the agency. We try to bring the 1.5C scenario. What are the challenges that we need to face in each sector? How is the transformation that is needed in each one of those end-use sectors, power sector, and etc. Specifically, an important message, that's the next slide, please. An important message that we have from this IETO study is energy efficiency, electrification, renewable energy are crucial to deliver the energy transition. This, especially the power sector transformation, is a crucial element. Under the power sector transformation, we understand that there are important aspects in terms of institutional challenges that are needed, industry transformations, organization of industry, governance. We have a lot of enhancements that at the global level are needed if you want to really transition from fossil fuel to high levels of electricity, renewable generated. So the benefits of the energy transition are clear. As you can see in this slide, energy security is really something we are all facing today. And renewables can bring a better, I would say, secure and efficient production. But it's not just about that. Affordability as well. What we see is really renewables being cost competitive. Solar is really an important aspect, wind, and also job creation and others. So it's a massive transformation that we are facing, and it's important to understand which aspects, which, I would say, activities are needed. So the next slide, I would like to bring to your attention the challenges. This is really what we need to do at global level. So if you look at the 2050 numbers, here is the level of emissions that we need to reduce. It's right, it's a challenge, but it's doable. Basically, the actions today, they lead to this flat curve. If you look at the yellow light there, this is what we are heading to. Of course, as we can imagine, this will bring a lot of emissions and a lot of impact at the global level. So we would like to avoid that, right? So what we need to do is this blue line. If you look at the pathway that we need to go, it's really zip faster. We need to reduce emissions from this decade on. And this is what you see there in every single sector. Transport, industries, buildings, and of course, power sector has a key role. The next slide, please. If you look, we are improving. If you look at the NDCs, yes, we are improving. If we are supposed to implement the NDC commitments, we will reach a lower level of emissions. So that's good news, but we need to implement, and that's something we, of course, are happy to contribute and discuss further. Next slide, please. So if we start to understand what are the pathways and what are the possibilities in each sector, that's what you see in this slide. So we have a pathway, and in IDENA we have 6 components that we propose to change each sector. You see industry, transport, and buildings, and of course power sector, as I said, has an important role. And that's renewables combined with energy conservation, efficiency, electrification of end-use sectors, hydrogen, and of course CCS as part of the solution. So these are the 6 components, and they are crucial. And again here, I would like to highlight the electrification aspect. Electricity is key in that sense. So next slide. What we'll see are the KPIs, what exactly we are proposing here. For 2050, we have critical challenges, and what you see here is for each one of the components, we have a target. Basically, the electricity generation by 2050, we would like to see 90% renewable. Of course, this is global level. It's almost tripling, right? It's an important increase, and we need really to transform the governance, the energy regulation policies towards this specific goal in the electrification sector. It's not just about electrification. As you can see, we have also bioenergy. That's also another important component. We have hydrogen and CCS and all the other technologies that will really transform the power sector and the energy system as a whole. Next slide. At the end, by 2050, we reach electrification more than 51%. We have, as you can see, energy efficiency, we reduce the consumption. This is final energy consumption. We reduce the consumption over time. If you see bioenergy, biomass has an important increase. Hydrogen. So every single renewable energy in absolute terms must increase. This is the challenge that we face at the global level. Of course, electrification, if you look at the 2018 number and 2050 numbers, it's a 21% to 51%. It's a really crucial element here. And that's, of course, will be further discussed in the coming sessions, specifically in the case of the Indonesia, but it's also about a regional integration. So next slide, please. What are the implications in terms of capacity expansion? If we look at the perspectives at global level for the 1.5C, we need really to, as you can see here, to bring the renewable energy to another level of increase. Basically, the generation will be 90%, as I said, by 2050. And this is mainly wind and solar, but all the sources will increase. Hydrogen, hydropower, not just, of course, wind and solar, but hydropower, geothermal, biomass. We have all generation increasing in terms of the penetration. So the capacity element here is crucial, as you can see in the right graph. We are bringing up to 30,000 gigawatts by 2050. So that's the challenge in terms of capacity expansion. Next slide, please. And solar, indeed, is a crucial element. In terms of the investment numbers, that's a very interesting figure. If you look at the perspectives for 2050, and this is accumulated number, we have to bring $4.4 trillion investment per year. That's $1 trillion additional from the reference case, if you like, the planning scenario. So we need to invest more, yes, but we'll have the benefits. And this is an important message to be discussed, how investments are supposed to take place and to scale up. And of course, the profile is quite different from what you see at the left and at the right. We need really to increase the electrification, efficiency, and renewable energy component. This is very crucial. And it's important to understand what are the risk implications, the risk-return aspects. And again, I would like to emphasize here the role of electrification and reforms that would allow investments to take place and to scale up. So this is really a crucial message, and this, I hope this report can help bring the insights on that. So thank you very much. That's the key message I would like to bring, and good discussions for the next of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Mr. Ricardo for the presentation. And next we have our EMAP Programmer Officer, Mr. Nicholas Wagner, to give presentation on Indonesia Energy Pathway. To Mr. Nicholas, the stage is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. It's nice to be here. It's great to see so many people in the room, and thank you to the Indonesians for being so kind in hosting us and engaging us on this project. My name is Nicholas Wagner. I'm a program officer working in the REMAP team based in Germany, and it is the team in REMAP that did the scenarios perspective, the longer term outlook related to this report. And so what I will be doing is I will be contextualizing a little bit the analysis that we did in the ASEAN context first, and then briefly looking into Indonesia. We will have a more dedicated technical session following the coffee break, where we go into more detail on the energy pathways, and I'll be presenting more information then before the discussion, and then we will have a more detailed look specifically on the power sector afterwards. So if you could bring up the slides, please. Thank you. It's important to note Ricardo presented the world perspective. You should not look at any specific country in isolation. So one of the advantages that we have at IRENA is that we look at the global situation, we look at regions, and we look at countries. And I think that's best exemplified in Indonesia and ASEAN. A month ago, we released a regional perspective for the energy transition associated with the sort of the ASEAN process with the ASEAN Secretariat supported by the ASEAN Center for Energy. And this mapped out for the ASEAN region energy transition scenarios consistent with a net zero level of ambition over the long term. And we did analysis for all 10 countries. And what we're presenting today is actually the Indonesian component of that analysis. So for a few countries, specifically Indonesia and Malaysia, we've gone into much more detail. And we will be presenting and discussing that information. But I just wanted to mention that Indonesia is part of a larger region that has energy cooperation, which is, of course, part of an interconnected global energy system. And the level of transition that is needed across the globe is such that international cooperation needs to be explored and the sort of synergies that go along with that. So we have a great resource in the ASEAN Outlook if you'd like to look at that, but we'll be going into more detail in Indonesia. Next slide, please. I just want to point out a few overlying findings from the ASEAN perspective, because Indonesia is far and away the largest component of ASEAN, making up roughly half of energy demand. So what happens in Indonesia obviously influences ASEAN, and also there's tremendous similarities between the transition that occurs in Indonesia and other countries. Of course, every country is unique, but we can say, broadly speaking, the transition in the region is similar across many aspects, as it is globally. One is we see rising energy demand and emissions happening under a reference case. We call that the planned energy scenario. And we see a need to reduce that emission growth. And in the case of ASEAN, we reduce emissions by about 75% by 2050. We also see rapid scale-up of renewables. So in the case of ASEAN, roughly 19% of energy comes from renewable sources, and we will see that rise to 2/3. In the short term, there's lots that can be done. There's competitive technologies. You can scale up specifically renewable power technologies. Solar PV, as we've seen in many countries, can be rapidly scaled up. In the case of ASEAN, we think there needs to be over 200 gigawatts in the next decade or so. Battery electric vehicles offer an opportunity to shift demand into the power sector, and as a result, also reduce local air pollution and reliance on imported oil. So we see 13 million battery electric vehicles across ASEAN. You need to complement that with charging infrastructure. But it's important to also note that efficiency should be a first principle. So investing in energy efficiency, into standards, also into circular economy principles can reduce the rise in energy demand. And there are sustainable sources of bioenergy. There's ample hydro and geothermal potential that could also be utilized in the near term. Over the long term, as was pointed out by Ricardo, we see the power sector and shifts to electrification and to some extent hydrogen as a key enabler technology. In the case of ASEAN, we think that there needs to be roughly 3,000 gigawatts of system capacity across the entire region. Sounds like a lot, but of course a lot of that is solar PV, which necessitates a lot of capacity because it doesn't have a particularly high load factor. Coal power should be avoided. New infrastructure and coal power plants should be avoided, and there should be an accelerated transition away from coal power. We have costing analysis that was recently released this year that shows in most cases new renewable capacity is actually more cost effective than existing coal. So you can produce electricity for less cost, even for existing coal power plants. The investment need is substantial. We say across ASEAN it's around $7 trillion US to 2050. This is across the energy system, so not just capacity, but also investments in efficiency and infrastructure and other energy transition technologies. And importantly, the power sector and related infrastructure and electrification require roughly 2/3 of that investment need, so about $5 trillion US dollars. So it's an incredible investment opportunity that implies a lot of business and economic opportunity to be part of that investment. And you would think that investment would incur costs. Well, it doesn't. When you look at the system costs, so you need to invest, yes, you have a slightly higher annuity or cost of investment, but you have a resulting significant amount of fuel savings, and in many cases also reduced ancillary costs. And in fact, in the case of ASEAN, over this period, we say that the total cost of the energy system is actually lower than the reference case, the planned energy scenario, by about 160 billion US dollars. In addition, there's reduced externalities, so you need to also factor in costs associated with pollution to human health and also the environment, and we think that amounts to around 500 to 1.5 trillion, so 500 billion to 1,500 billion US dollars, so very substantial. So all in all, across ASEAN, we say it's a necessary step to improve energy security, to reduce emissions, but it's also a cost efficient scenario. Next slide, please. So now on to Indonesia, which will be the rest of what we talk about today. So we've been working in Indonesia for 6 or 7 years. We released a working paper in 2017 that sort of outlined a short-term perspective. We've also been working in ASEAN, as I just mentioned, also with the previous report, more focused on the short term. But now we've expanded that to have a wider energy transition view over the longer term. And today we're presenting the detailed scenario analysis and perspective that we've done in the case of Indonesia, and it consists of a renewable readiness assessment, a demand analysis, and a detailed power sector and grid flexibility assessment. Next slide, please. I just want to point out that the work that we do is as much a process as it is a final report. So there's been a multi-year engagement with many of you in the room, with many stakeholders in Indonesia. We're very grateful for the support of the Ministry of Energy, but also we've been able to engage PLN, for instance, and many other organizations through a variety of workshops, scoping, results discussion, final validation over the period of a little over 2 years that results in this analysis. We also have taken a very in-depth look in not just the demand sectors, so we look at the demand on end-use level, so residential, commercial, by service. We look at the transport sector by mode, including stock. We've looked at subsector and industry, so cement, steel, chemicals, paper and pulp, looking at those specific sectors. So we've done a very detailed bottom-up demand assessment, complemented by a very comprehensive 18-nodal power system capacity expansion flexibility analysis. So the resulting combination, we think, is a very robust and insightful analysis that can hopefully be used to inform policymakers. I think it was encouraging that we heard the Director General mention that this will be used also in the formulation of the net zero roadmap for Indonesia, which is really great to hear. And we have, maybe next slide, please. We have is the most ambitious scenario aligned with reducing emissions towards net zero by mid-century. The slides disappeared on the front screen, please. Next slide, please. Oh. We've lost the, just give it a second. Okay. I have the slides now in front of me, but not on the screen. Yeah, there we go. And maybe you could remove the "got it," the prompt on the screen in front of me. It says this meeting needs to be recorded. Could you see this? It's in the middle of the slide. Maybe you can remove that. On the Zoom, there's a Zoom prompt. Yeah, got it. Click the got it. And now the same thing happened. Sorry about that. We have a technology issue. Okay, it's good on here, and it's good there. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. So I wanted to show some detail into, okay, I wanted to show some detail. We'll go into more detail in the subsequent sessions, but I wanted to give you a little bit of a flavor of what we think will happen, at least on the emissions side in Indonesia. So under a business as usual, or what we call the baseline energy scenario, we see emissions exceed by 2050 well over a gigaton of energy-related CO2 emissions. It's not shown in this figure, but if you look at the some of the projections from the ministry, it's similar. So there has already been an improvement in the reference case in our planned energy scenario in terms of emission reductions, but it's not on a pathway towards net zero emissions by mid-century or shortly thereafter. So we see emissions roughly doubling over this period. That's the yellow dot in the figure. What we're able to achieve in the 1.5 scenario that we present, that we'll discuss today, is a reduction of 80% compared to that number, or roughly to a level of about 2/3 compared to today. So this is a substantial emission reduction given the fact that over the period we expect energy demand to triple due to rising population economic growth. Ricardo showed earlier the sort of categories that globally reduce emissions. Well, you can see here also the categories in the negative axis that result in those emission reductions. They range from roughly a quarter coming from efficiency, a very large contribution related to renewables, a little over half, direct electrification, which can be attributed to sort of a combination of efficiency and clean electricity. And then, yes, there is still a role, in the case of Indonesia, for CCS or other carbon removal technologies. And that, added with some other negative emission technologies by mid-century, could result in net zero emissions. So we'll go into more detail in the following sessions, but I think that's my last slide. And I'll turn it over to the moderator to introduce Yossi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholas, for the presentation. The last presentation will be given by IRENA Regional Program Officer, Ms. Badaria Yosiana, who will give a presentation on policy and key opportunities. Mr. Badaria, the stage is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to be here today at the launch event for the Indonesia Energy Transition Outlook. And it's very great to see so many familiar faces today. As mentioned by the moderator, my name is Badaria Yosiana. I'm a Southeast Asia program officer at IRENA and based in Abu Dhabi. So as highlighted by Pak Dadan and Gurbus, that today's launch is a very important pillar in the Outlook process. And with the presentations of the key recommendations stemming from the multi-stakeholder consultations process. And as mentioned by my colleagues earlier, by Ricardo and Nick, that this outlook is comprised of several works of IRENA, and one of them is the Renewable Readiness Assessment. So next slide, please. So the Renewable Readiness Assessment, or RRA, is a country-led process facilitated by IRENA that aims to identify challenges that hinder the development and deployment of renewables energy in Indonesia and propose a short and medium-term actions to address these challenges and to promote the accelerated uptake of renewable energy technologies. And in Indonesia, this process has been initiated by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, specifically the Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation's Directorate General, under Pak Dadan's guidance, and has greatly benefited from stakeholders' input, such as officials from PLN, from National Energy Council, and other ministries like Ministry of Transport and Ministry of Industries, as well as companies from the energy sectors, development partners, Denmark, the UK, GIZ, Germany, and civil society and academia like IESR. We are very grateful for their continued support for this study. So the RRA process in Indonesia included an overview of the energy sector and relevant policies and legislations. And we are also very grateful for the insights from the respondent interviews that we did since last year, and also multi-stakeholders discussions held during consultative workshops that we have several times, as well as subsequent exchanges with the selected stakeholders. Next slide, please. So the Renewable Readiness Assessment is a flagship assessment from IRENA, and it has been implemented in more than 40 countries across the globe, promoting the rapid upscaling of renewable technologies. And Indonesia report is the third report that we completed in Southeast Asia regions, and we will have one for Malaysia launch in the next few months. Next slide, please. So the Indonesia economy is highly intensive, highly energy intensive, and the country's energy sector is overwhelmingly fossil fueled and import dependent. And my colleagues in the next sessions will further discuss about the country energy situations and the findings from the outlook. But basically, Indonesia is well endowed with renewable energy resources potential. It has huge potential of renewables energy that present a viable and sustainable pathway for the development of the energy sectors, from geothermal, hydropower, solar, biomass, and wind. And the increased deployment of renewable energy technologies is therefore very crucial in addressing the key challenges of the Indonesian energy sector. And Ricardo, in his earlier presentations, also presented the multiple benefits of the energy transitions, which could also be the driver for Indonesia, including the falling cost of renewable energy technologies, especially solar PV and wind. We can see a massive drop in the price, the price of solar PV. And also energy security, when we talk about the geopolitical instability that happens currently. And also the contributions to economic growth, how this huge potential could bring a significant impact on economic growth, also reducing the GHG emissions to align with the Paris Agreement. And also very important is the creation of the local value chain. So having a set good base for analysis with these key drivers, the RRA proposes a series of short and medium terms of actions to overcome these existing barriers to the wide adoption of renewable energy. And these recommendations presented by us were identified, developed, and we've validated it together with the stakeholders in the Indonesian energy sectors. And the consultative processes as part of the RRA process help us to identify these challenges for an accelerated uptake of the renewable energy in the 4 key thematic areas, including the policy and regulatory frameworks, energy and system planning, renewable energy financing, and technology and infrastructures. And along these thematic areas, we have recommended 9 actions aiming to address the identified challenges, including actions being taken by the government. Next slide, please. So the first areas of actions, we look into the energy system planning. The integrations of renewables can present various challenges for an energy system, which we have heard so many times in many places. If it is not appropriately accounted for, it could deter the wider development of renewables. So adequate planning is required to align a different cross-sectoral development objectives. And in Indonesia, the implementations of a holistic master plan for the energy sector with a higher share of renewables and long-term perspective is imperative. And to address these challenges, IRENA recommends the utilizing of long-term opportunities with the Green Recovery Program, advancing electricity market design, and create a level playing field for renewables. And the second areas of actions, we look into the need to strengthen the policy and regulatory frameworks. Scaling up the deployment of renewables requires an ambitious supporting policies and also a conducive regulatory framework. So recommended actions including to continue streamlining the procurement process, an effective auctions and well-functioning feed-in tariff mechanism, and create distributed renewable energy market and to utilize a new and innovative energy market. And as we heard from Pak Dadan this morning, that new presidential regulations is already show a good initiative from Indonesia. So the third thematic areas explores technology and infrastructures. So the report recommends to improve the system flexibility for the cost-effective integration of renewables. In the second sessions, my colleagues with several esteemed panelists will discuss further about this power system transformations in Indonesia. So our report shows great potential for the grid integrations of renewables beyond what is currently planned by PLN and their new RUPTL. So flexibility is very important and it must be harnessed in all sectors of the energy, from power generations to transmission and distribution systems, storage, both electrical and thermal, and increasingly flexible demand, so demand-side management and sector coupling. And the last but not least actions areas looks into the challenges related to renewable energy financing, as mentioned by Nick, and it will be also further discussed in the next session how massive, but also it presents a very good, very big opportunity in terms of investment on renewables. So to ensure the financing of renewable energy investments stand as an important barrier to accelerate Indonesia's energy transitions. So financing sources needs to be expanded and local financing needs to grow. And new financing models need to be developed and the capacity of national financing institutions need to be strengthened to enable their use. And also very important to enhance the dialogue between developers and the financiers, so it could help to understand how project risk could be mitigated and to increase project bankability. We often heard that most of the banks or investors say that most of the proposals from the project developers are not bankable enough for them, but then the project developers also saying that they need also some help how to make the proposals bankable. Next slide, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, this set of actions around the 4 thematic areas of recommendations are the base for the post-RRA processes. So the post-RRA process focus on the coordinated implementations of the recommended actions stemming from the analysis. And IRENA is ready to accompany Indonesia during this process, but the recommendations will benefit from the joint efforts of all the Indonesian stakeholders involved in the energy sector. And so this analysis aims to serve as an input for future country studies, and its recommendations to align with different work streams of support from regional and international partners. As a first clear example for the coordinated actions taken to bring the recommendations to reality is we are in discussions with Indonesia to provide support for the power flexibility capacity building, as well as a study on finding affordable and sustainable solutions for energy access for islands and remote community. And improving the system flexibility and distributed renewable energy are 2 key recommendations of the RRA, and we are looking forward to continue our successful collaborations with Indonesia and support you in implementing these recommendations. And lastly, I would like to express once more my gratitude and appreciation to all the energy institutions in Indonesia for your support to the RA process and your commitment in securing sustainable energy future in the country. With this, I end my presentations and back to the MC. Thank you so much.
Thank you to Ms. Badaria Yosiana. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have 10 minutes for the coffee break until 10:20 in front of the meeting room. Thank you.
Cik. Cik, Mas. Cik.
Bapak dan Ibu yang masih berada di luar, kami mohon untuk dapat memasuki ruangan kembali sambil membawa coffee break-nya karena acara akan segera kita lanjutkan. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start next session shortly. Please kindly get back to the meeting room. Thank you.
Cek. Cek, cek. Cek, cek.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will start next session shortly. Please kindly get back to the meeting room. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now we will move to our next session, which brings the topic energy transition in Indonesia. A wider look at energy transition in Indonesia with a focus on near and long-term trends, demand sectors with implications of power, key technologies, investment needs, and costs. This session will be led by moderator Adam Adiwinata from IRENA.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, good morning everyone. Thank you very much for attending this precious event today on the launch of Indonesia Energy Transition Outlooks, and we are now moving to the first panel discussion on the Indonesia Energy Transition Outlook, in which we are going to talk about the wider energy transition in Indonesia, that we are going to focus on discussing the near terms and the long terms trends for the demand sectors, and what are the implications on the power sectors, what are the key technologies that we need to consider for these energy transitions, as well as the investment and cost part of that. And before starting the sessions, the panel sessions, I would like to invite again my colleague Nicholas Wagner to give the scene setting presentations that will continue with the panel discussions. To Nicholas Wagner, please.
Thank you very much, Adam. It's good to be back after the short break. If you could bring up the slides. So what we'll do now is I'll do a very short, expedited scene-setting presentation with specific findings related to Indonesia, and then we'll move into the panel. So next slide, please. So if you could do the next slide, please. Thank you. So we've broadly categorized the transition for Indonesia into 7 key pillars. The first 2 relate to the power sector. I think you'll see today that one of the major themes of the analysis is the transformation of the power sector. So we have an expansion of renewables and generation and investment in grid and related infrastructure. Both of these will be discussed in much more detail in the following session focused on this. It's also important to look beyond power. So we've identified sustainable mobility as a key theme, energy efficiency as another key theme, end-use fuels, which we say is bioenergy, but it also includes hydrogen and other clean fuels, and then the materials use and manufacturing element of the transition. So next slide, please. To broadly overview some of the key findings, there's a lot of text, but if you have the executive summary, this is a summary of those key messages up front. We see over the period in Indonesia, through economic growth and population growth, roughly a tripling of energy demand. So if you don't address the sustainability aspect, the carbon aspect of this growing energy demand, you'll see not just rising emissions, but rising levels of air pollution, and in most cases, for most fuels, also rising import dependency, specifically related to oil and natural gas. So what we propose in our scenario is a shift to renewables from roughly 14% of primary energy supply to 2/3. So you see that shift. There's still fossil fuels in the system, but a significant shift over to renewables. You see a rise in electricity consumption significantly, not just in the reference case, but also in our 1.5 aligned scenario due to electrification of end uses. It's a key enabling technology if it's coupled with cleaner electricity. So this will be discussed in much more detail, but very significant growth. In the near term, we think that there's a need for around 80 gigawatts of new renewable capacity. It's a lot, but most of that's actually solar PV, so it can be scaled quickly, relatively quickly. There's also a need to consider expanding electric vehicles. Electric vehicles are a key enabling technology. Also, biofuel can be expanded, and there could also be focuses on efficiency. We think in the near term, there's also an investment need around $300 billion, so $30 billion a year, more or less, in these energy transition technologies. Over the longer term, there's a very significant investment need of around 2.4 trillion US dollars. This is in all the energies, so this is into expansion of generation capacity, in-use fuels, efficiency, related grid. This also is when you see roughly 2/3 of that level of investment into the power sector. And this is roughly double what would be needed under the reference case, so the business, the planned energy scenario. This reduces emissions by 80% compared to the planned energy scenario, or roughly 2/3 today's level. And importantly, the transition that we outline is lower cost than the alternative. So while you have a higher investment need, you have significant fuel cost savings and other savings that result in between 400 and 600 billion US dollars cumulative energy cost savings, in addition to the external cost savings. When you have lower levels of air pollution and environmental damage, you have lower costs on the wider macroeconomic level. Next slide, please. So I presented this slide earlier about the emissions trajectory. I just want to talk now a little bit about what it implies in terms of technologies. So we see in the power system, 85, we have multiple variants, sensitivities, 85 to 100% renewable power. And we'll go into that in more detail. This necessitates alone $700 to $800 billion in capacity investments. The passenger road segment, so in transport, passenger vehicle, become 80% electrified, and we'll go into more detail on that. We see a scaling up of sustainable bioenergy used primarily in certain transport modes in industry. That's a key technology especially for industry and also heavier transport modes. Energy efficiency is scaled up, and you can see from the bottom part of this slide what the key enabling technologies are. As I mentioned earlier, a lot of efficiency, renewables, electrification, but also a limited role for CCS. Next slide, please. I'll just touch briefly on the electricity demand. So we see a 5-fold increase. You can see in the leftmost graph, all sectors increase in demand. So we see the building sector due to rising appliance use, air conditioning, floor area expansion. We see industry see significant growth due to new manufacturing, also some electrification. And importantly, the transport sector becomes a demand source, unlike today where it's relatively minimal, up to over 1,700 terawatt hours of annual demand. And in parallel, we need to see capacity expansion of significant margin. You can see that there on the right, and this will be discussed in much more detail in the next session. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. It's changing here. It's not changing on the screen. Yeah, thank you. So on the topic of sustainable mobility, we see a very important role for electric vehicles. This is consistent with what we're seeing globally, a shift to electric vehicles. If you look at the passenger road segment, so these are automobiles, 2-, 3-wheelers, we see over 80% of that vehicle stock electrified. So a significant transformation that implies over 50 million electric cars, over 120 million electric 2- and 3-wheelers, electric buses, and some small light-duty vehicles and trucks. So you can see the growth. It really takes off post-2030. There is significant growth from a very small market today by 2030, but it's really very significant growth in the longer term. This needs to be paired with, obviously, investments in electric charging, both private and public. There's also a role to expand biofuels, and I'll discuss that a little bit more in a later slide. There's also the need for novel solutions in aviation and shipping, such as sustainable aviation fuels and ammonia in the shipping case, but mainly for international shipping. It's important to consider concepts related to moving people out of individual modes of transport into mass transport, so we call that modal shift, and also a switch when possible to electrified forms of mass transit. And there needs, and really the overlying topic here is the shift towards electricity in the transport sector, so there needs to be action plan and long-term planning revolving around enabling that, specifically related to infrastructure and charging and support for those sorts of technologies. Next slide, please. I want to point out energy efficiency as a very important principle. So, as you saw in the previous graph, at minimum a third of emission reductions result from improved efficiency. Depending on how you classify electrification, it also could be considered an efficiency measure in end uses. So despite a tripling of energy demand, we see emissions, we see energy consumption only double. So, sorry, a tripling of GDP, we see energy demand only double. So you've already succeeded in decoupling energy demand growth with GDP growth, which is an important thing to do. And this can be achieved through increased efficiency of appliances in use. So technical efficiency can also be achieved through structural change in different measures. And if you compare the reference case to the 1.5C scenario, there's a roughly 25% reduction in demand through these efficiency measures compared to the reference case. So what can be done? Well, you can invest in appliance standards or mandate appliance standards. You can talk about building efficiency. You can look at higher efficiency for transport because it's a large source of energy demand. You can do circular economy principles in industry. These are all, it's a holistic, you need to really do and consider everything to reduce efficiency. And this is a very important element. Next slide, please. Bioenergy is also a key enabling technology, as are cleaner fuels, where you cannot electrify in certain types of industrial processes and transport modes. You need to consider cleaner fuels. And you can see here the scale up that's necessary to roughly 18% of energy demand. And almost all of it is is consumed either in the transport sector or the industrial sector. There's also a role for clean hydrogen. It really comes into play towards 2050. It's the relative contribution in the case of Indonesia is lower than other regions, but nonetheless it is substantial. 500 petajoules is roughly equivalent to 5 million tons of hydrogen a year, roughly 5% of global production today. So it's no small number, but it is not the solution to everything like some people would discuss. It has an important role, mainly in industry and non-energy use, to address some chemical production, steel production, that sort of thing. And we can, of course, discuss that. We've done a sector analysis on subsector level. But really, the focus can and should be in the nearer term on sustainable bioenergy supply. And I detailed some action plans that relate to that. And in fact, in February of this year, we released a report focused on this topic, specifically related to 5 countries in Southeast Asia. And you can visit that on the website to see what we propose. It's mainly about utilizing residues and obviously not focusing on energy crops. Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. And the last point I want to make is related to materials, manufacturing. The transition affords new opportunities to shift into new industries, particularly at the scale that we're proposing for Indonesia. There are types of minerals that are necessary to enable the transition. They're listed there on the left. So we have copper, nickel, cobalt, rare earths, and lithium. There's obviously others, but these are really important minerals. In the case of nickel, but also some of these others, Indonesia has a tremendous supply, so there's an opportunity there to capitalize on that transition within the country, but also globally. And to give you an idea, Indonesia, we all know, is already planning battery plants. So the electric vehicles that we've shown here, but also globally, you need to have substantial batteries. But also the power system also needs to have batteries, and that will be discussed later. So that is one opportunity to invest in the sort of a vertical supply chain from mining all the way through battery production, and then subsequently up through automobile production. There's also the opportunity in solar PV. As you will see also later, there's significant growth in solar PV. Current production volumes are very low in Indonesia, yet the need to install solar PV is very high, and I think there's a compelling case to expand manufacturing. We say in the near term, there needs to be about 5 gigawatts a year of installed capacity in Indonesia, and the longer term it will need to exceed 30. So that's an important element that we want to point out can easily replace potential losses in other industries as you shift towards a new modern future energy system. Next slide, please. And finally, I just want to point out that people think of the transition as a burden. Well, this is not reflected in, even today, in the cost situation of energy transition technologies. If you look at the growing body of evidence, renewable solutions are generally at cost or lower cost than fossil fuel technologies. A lot of the expansion into electric vehicles, also efficiency, results also in cost savings. And our detailed demand assessment and multi-sector model indicates that this transition is actually less cost than the reference case, so than business as usual. On the order of 450 to 575 billion US dollars of cumulative savings to 2050. So it can be achieved at lower cost on an energy level, also results in substantial savings of, let's see, I think it's 200 to 635 billion US dollars in reduced externalities on top of that. So you could say potentially $1 trillion US dollars over the period in total cost savings, both energy and reduced externalities. And I just want to point out the investment need, which I mentioned earlier, is quite substantial, however, so you need to mobilize finance to make that happen, and you need to have supportive policies to do that. So I believe that's my last slide, and now I'll turn it over to Adam for a discussion around these findings. Thank you.
Okay, good morning again. Yeah, thank you very much, Nick, for the scene-setting presentations. And I took note some of these key points that are coming. That yes, the first thing is the electrification is the keys, right? And then that implies the needs of the renewable electricity needs to be expanded. In the short term, 80 gigawatts is needed for the capacity expansion of renewables. And then the end-use transformations is also going to be the keys. And everything, and the last point that encapsulate all of the energy transitions possibility in Indonesia is the investment, right? How much of the investment is needed and how is the investment needed to be conducted and implemented. But yeah, fortunately that I'm going to be here accompanied by the resourceful panelists for today's sessions. I would like to invite the first panelist is Pak Hendra Iswahyudi, the Acting Director for the Conservation Energy. Please, Pak, if you can come to the stage. Yeah, and then the second panelist, we have the Executive Director of the Institute for Essential Service Reform, ISR, Pak Fabi Tumiwa. We are also happy to have Ms. Amanda Nguenya from DEA, Danish Energy Agency. Please. From UK Mentari, we are inviting Pak Iwan Adisaputra. Welcome, Pak. And then from our partners in developing the ASEAN Energy Outlook, ASEAN Center for Energy, we have Dr. Zulfikar. Please, Dr. Zulfikar. So, welcome everyone. So, yeah, as the topic for these sessions, we are going to go and discuss on the wider topic on energy transition here in Indonesia. And thank you very much for the times and the views that you are going to share with us. I mean, we would like to see and hear the perspective from from all of you, the expertise. From maybe I just jump for the first question to Pak Hendra, ya Pak, from the ministry. Pak, the ministry is the front face for this energy transition effort here in Indonesia. And so far, how do you see? What do you see? Is the biggest challenge, and what are needed? What are the efforts needed for Indonesia to tackle all this challenge?
Thank you, moderator. I think it's the same as analysis from IRENA. One aspect is technology, and then infrastructure, competitiveness, and also social aspect, people-centered investment. Because we have analyzed about energy demand projection. I think in 2060, the energy demand, most of energy highest consumption is industrial sector. The total energy demand is about 519 in million ton oil equivalent. This is a business as well, and we have to push the demand through the efficiency energy on energy conservation until almost 40%. We have the energy demand in 2060 about 310 million ton oil equivalent. I think we have the most attractive, most struggle to how about to achieve the 40% saving. Yeah? And then the same of analyzing of IRENA, we have the improved technology and automatically as a funding scheme, and also I think the model of investment and improve social aspect. Social aspect. We already we also still setting the roadmap for net zero emission. We have the two aspects, supply driven and demand driven. And supply driven, we also generate new renewable energy. In the end of 2060, I think the emission of generation is nil. I think emission only for industry and transportation in 2060. And also, how about the energy efficiency to improve 14% saving. I think we have still revised the government regulation in energy efficiency. Currently, we have setting the how about the energy service company. Energy service company is important, I think, to some of activities such as investment grade energy audit, financing project, installation, development, and monitoring and evaluation, and then measurement and verification. And also the end of my statement. Currently we have electricity consumption per capita still low, maybe about 1,100 kilowatt hour per capita until 1,200 kilowatt hour per capita. We generate the economy, and then we have a projection in 2060 about 5,800, almost 5,800 kilowatt hour per capita. More development, and then more consumption of energy. In the meanwhile, we have to push down the efficiency until 40%. I think it's more serious to improve this efficiency. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Pak Hendra. So the energy efficiency is one of the topics that are being concerned a lot by the ministry, and this is also in line with the analysis from the Indonesian Energy Transition Outlook that the energy efficiency is one of the key, which is like about a quarter of the energy emission savings are also coming from the energy efficiency. I would like to move now to Pa Fabi, from IESR, continuing this question that I give for Pa Hendra, that the energy transition topic is already around for some time here in Indonesia. And from IESR perspective, how well do you see Indonesia have keep up with the topics, and how committed the country is doing that?
Thank you, Adam. First of all, I would like to congratulate Irina and Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources for launching this report. It's a very interesting report, and I think with this, following what has been published by IEA last month, I think in September, this is really complement to what and to could help Indonesia strategy in designing the pathways for energy transition. I think it's really, really good. Second, we in ISR has published Deep Decarbonization of Indonesia Energy System that we published last year. You can find that report in our website. And if I look at the number of what has been presented here in Figure 2 on the executive summary, we see in terms of the conclusions, it's quite similar. That renewable, well, 100% renewable scenario here is see that the renewable is the backbone of the future energy system in Indonesia. It's confirmed our result as well. And what I think what very interesting here, given that solar is one of the largest resources, renewable energy resources in Indonesia, and also one of the, now is the cheapest source of electricity. Which I see this is like solar will contribute between 70 to 80% of total energy mix in the near future. Also quite similar to our findings. So I think this is really confirmed that and as we know, solar and wind is variable renewable energy, intermittent sources, and therefore the challenge is to build the infrastructure. And also I do agree with the recommendation that increasing flexibility as we're ramping up variable renewable energy in the near future, at least from now until 2030, it's one of the key success for this large-scale deployment of solar. And back to your questions in regard of energy transition, I remember when IESR started the Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue back in 2018. I think there's a couple of, maybe some of you attended also this. No one really believed that we can reach up to this point right now. Right? By 2018, no one really believed that Indonesia will able to say no more coal power plants and net zero emission by 2050 or 2060. Right? But I see that in the last 2-3 years, the things are moving very, very fast. As you can see, I think the latest progress with the presidential regulations, 112, I think is very, very remarkable. Because it's not just the renewable energy tariff, but very interesting is the Article 3 that stated that Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources in coordination with Ministry of Finance and Ministry of State-owned Enterprise has to prepare the roadmap for accelerating coal phase-out in Indonesia, coal retirement. I think that's very, very important. You won't hear this 2 years ago. But right now, I think it's very, very important, and it shows the commitment. And I think that's very, very important to ramping up the renewable over the next 10 years. Because that's actually the key that right now as PLN having overcapacity, and the way that we can increase renewable energy into the system by reducing the coal capacities. Well, I understand that is being discussed right now. What is the allowable, consider the system security as well as the affordability of the electricity, which is a main issue in Indonesia. But I have to say that there's a lot of progress in committing on the energy transition. I think the next challenge is that how to implement this strategy. Because what the report found also is that the staggering amount of investment needed. And we know when it comes to the investment, it's always question whether we can ramp up investment sufficient enough to transform the energy system, to build the new infrastructure that needed to support energy transition effectively.
Okay, thank you very much, Fabi, for the very comprehensive reviews. So we can say that Indonesia has been really committed and has been doing well so far. But of course, like everything can still be encouraged more, that the acceleration of the energy transition can also be happening. You are mentioning here about the investment need, yeah, and then besides the own efforts of Indonesia in doing this all energy transitions efforts, the support from the international institutions are also playing a role in this energy transition efforts. So we are lucky that we have here both from Danish Energy Agencies and Mentari. Maybe since continuing the investment topics that were mentioned by Pa Fabi, I would like to go to Pa Iwan first. Yeah, Pa Iwan from UK Mentari. So Mentari has signed these MOUs just in the last investment forum in Bali that are going to accelerate the technical assistance and working together on the renewable energy projects. And my question is, can you tell us about the near-term and the long-term goals that coming out of this cooperation?
Thank you, moderator, for asking that question. Yeah, first of all, I would like also to congratulate IRENA and Ministry of Mine and Energy Resources for launching this important Indonesian energy outlook. So, yes, indeed, last September we signed the MOU with the IRENA because we think that IRENA and Mentari has similar goals in promoting the renewable energies. So yes, indeed that if you look at the previous presentation, that financings come at the end when you prepare the policy properly, regulatory is there, procurements, and also the infrastructure to prepare that has to be there, and then financing comes to make it happen. So when we started the program back in early 2020, we realized that there is a gap between the project's readiness of the renewable energy with the financing. So up until now, we have extended the TA from various studies. Today, we can book over 60 projects that we have been identified. And from those 60, I think 20 has received the TA. So with IRENA, I believe that collaboration with Mentari can expand more about the speeding up the transition on this. Because we look at once the project ready, the financing will come at the end. Because when we notice from the investment or investors' point of view, we see that the money is there actually. By how to find the right partners, the right project is the key. So by IRENA support, I believe Mentari can also tap a new type of technology. Today we only focusing only conventional RE, solar PV, hydro, and everything. But I believe in the next time we can tap also a new technology like a tidal or marine offshore wind, and then so on. That in fact that Indonesia has also resources for doing that. So that is our target, to make the projects happen as fast as possible. Because once we propose the right projects with a bankability of the project is there, I think the financiers will come, provided that the policy and regulatory is supporting that. Yeah. So Mentari also supporting the policy sectors, how to improve the RE investment climate in Indonesia. In the longer term, I think everyone now is talking about the net zero emission 2060 by several mechanisms, like coal phasing out, that will be another one. So also PLN has what they call the diesel replacement program. So, but for doing that, I think we need a lot of investment. It's a huge investment. The PLN cannot do their own. And the private sectors, especially the local one, the local financial institution, has a capacity, limited capacity or capability also to tap that. That's why I think with the IRENA, I believe can grab more international financial institution to come and then work with us, not only for doing that, but also donor agency is there, and also the technology provider. Don't forget about that. You can imagine maybe 5-10 years ago when we started the solar PV, you can imagine how much the cost for the panel one, but today I think it dropped significantly. So we can imagine in the next 5-10 years or 15 years from now, the technology of tidal, technology of offshore wind can be also dropped significantly. That is what Mentari goes 2060 especially.
Thank you very much, Pak Iwan. Yes, indeed, the investments also in our analysis is going to be massive, like 2.4 trillion until 2050 is going to be needed for the 100% renewable scenarios, and 40% of them are going to be from the power sectors. If we take a step back a little bit from demand side, and I would like now to go to Amanda from DEA. DEA has been supporting Ministry of Energy for some times now, right? In doing the analyzing the demand sector and supply sector planning for Ministry of Energies. And Amanda, can you tell us the support that has been given to Ministry of Energy so far, and what are the goals and the targets?
So good morning to everyone in the room. Thank you for the question, Adam. And congratulations again to the IRENA team on the launch of the Energy Transition Outlook today. So just to take it a step back, as the agency, we're part of the Ministry of Climate, Energy and Utilities in Denmark. And within our global cooperation unit, we partner with 24 countries globally. And where the experience comes from stems back from our own journey, the Danish journey, where in 1973 there was an oil crisis. And during this oil crisis, a decision had to be made to use local resources, and renewable energy at that time was already seen as a no-brainer to actually invest into use of actual local resources. So taking it from there, we have a long history in renewables, specifically wind, and that's generally because of location of Denmark, where it is, right? So based on geographical location, wind was a no-brainer. And so through that, we've managed as a 2020 to integrate about 50% of variable renewable resources into our grid, and doing that with an energy security of about 99.96. So this shows you that it's possible to integrate large shares of renewables. And so specifically in the Indonesian partnership, our partnership centers around renewable energy integration, where we look at least cost integration as well as wind. And we also have a team that works on energy efficiency, looking at efficiency in buildings and industry. And I think it's been really highlighted today that energy efficiency really should be our first fuel. And this is part of why we also look at energy efficiency as part of the partnership. But in addition to that, we also have a scenario-based long-term systems planning, where our modeling is embedded, and that's also part of, you know, the strongholds that we really have been partnering with the ministry on. So essentially, these are the three pillars that the partnership is based on, and essentially linking to what the experiences of Denmark have been past the years, stemming from when the decision was made to actually invest in renewable energy. And in actual fact, reading the report actually that has been launched today, I saw a section where you look at it in terms of the transition, where you mentioned that one option was to either use the domestic coal resources in Indonesia, or to consider going to the import market to import oil and gas, or to actually invest in local renewable energy resources, and that the findings is that the latter is actually the least cost. So I think that echoes the results that you are finding, which is the same that we have seen in the Danish case, where it has been a no-regrets scenario.
Okay, thank you very much, Amanda. So this then confirming that all of this effort that are being conducted here in Indonesia, Pa Hendra mentioned that energy efficiency is one of the very important things to tackle. And then Pa Iwan with the effort of reducing the offshore winds investment in the futures. And we have also DA who works and support these two topics here in Indonesia. This is very encouraging to hear that, yeah, we know that the energy transition efforts in Indonesia are in good hands then, yeah. And for the Mas Zulfikar now, I'm going to move to you, Mas Zulfikar from ASEAN Center for Energy. Indonesia is the country and sitting in the ASEAN region, right? The biggest countries in the regions. How do you see the importance of this energy transition effort of Indonesia within the regional scope?
Yeah, thank you, Adam, and thank you again for having me here. Again, congratulations for IRENA colleagues and Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources for publishing this very timely Indonesia Energy Transition Outlook, which complements also a study from IEA, from IESR last year, and I think it's very interesting. Indonesia is very important in ASEAN from ACE, because we are actually part of intergovernmental organization. We're not supposed to, you know, compare one country to the others, but it is undeniable that Indonesia is the biggest country in the regions in terms of economy, population, energy use, and also emission. And I just want to share that ASEAN as a region, we have these regional targets for renewable energy and energy efficiency. Especially for renewable energy, our target is to reach 23% of renewable shares in TPS by 2025, which is exactly the same with Indonesian number. Our 7th ASEAN Energy Outlook, the AO7, which was launched in the 40th ASEAN Ministers on Energy meeting, or AMEM, in Cambodia last month, together with the IRENA's second Renewable Energy Outlook, showed that in 2020, the achievement of this target is around 14.2% of share in TPS, which is also quite similar with the number of Indonesia in 2020. Our scenario, a national target scenario, of course, this has not been implementing the net zero targets and net zero scenarios yet. Noting that in 2025, the region will reach around 18.5%, meaning there is a 5.5% gap to the regional target. Of course, we then develop what we call the regional target scenario, or on the APS, in which we try to accelerate all the efforts, be it in renewables, in power sectors, energy efficiency, renewables in end-use sectors, so that we can reach this regional target. And our main analysis is very similar with actually what you mentioned, highlighting what Nick presented before, that electrifications, energy efficiency, of course, it's a must. So I'm very glad we are having Pahendra here. But following that, what we also important is on what we call moving the renewables from installed capacity into generation. So it should go beyond that. Just also to note that the region also have a target of installed capacity in 2025, 35%, and we estimate it will reach 37 point something, so it's 2.9% higher than that. But we still have a little bit of an issue in terms of overall power, energy system. So what's also important is on installing more renewables, all of them. We do not have like a golden child or anything. So hydro, geothermal, solar, wind, all needs to be increased. But also important is utilization of renewable sources in end-use sectors. So like in transport sector, biofuel, electrifications, in industry sector, biomass co-firing, etc. Those are also very, very important. And probably like our last message is that as also mentioned by Irina's study, is that all this energy transition requiring huge investment and a huge shift in the energy system. So Fabi also mentioned that the importance of coal phase out so that the renewable energy can joining in. That's also very important. So I think having a proper plan, embedding with it the role of investment, technology, and capacity building are, I think, the only way for Indonesia to go so it can reach its energy transition. And ultimately, it will also help ASEAN as a region to reach its regional targets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mas Zulfikar. Yes, indeed, what you say about the needs of the transforming here in Indonesia and how it impacts as well in the regional level. So the next question, maybe this can be both delivered to Pa Hendra and Amanda. On the energy transitions, there's going to be a key technologies that we need to pay attention to. Pa Hendra, maybe first, from the perspective of Ministry of Energy here in Indonesia, Pa, what are the key technologies that Indonesia needs to focus on to accelerate this energy transition effort, Pa? And then since also the produced this technology catalog as well, right? Later on, Amanda, I would like also to have your perspective. Please, Pa Hendra.
Thank you, Mr. Adam. How about the key technology for Indonesia in achieving net zero emission? I think we have two categories in the supply side and also demand side. In supply side, maybe in oil and gas subsector, we want to more technology about implementing CCS or CCUS technology, especially in industry. Then for subsector, same. Also, we have a clean coal technology, and I think more important is in electrification subsector. We want to improve the ammonia, green hydrogen, also co-firing, co-firing with biomass. I think we have also technology for modification of the boiler, maybe, and improve fully 100% convert to biomass. Or especially for converting the coal power plant to biomass. And then we also operation of single cycle to combined cycle power plant, I think improve efficiency. Also, battery energy storage system, pump storage. I think we agree about we have 77% variable renewable energy. I think we have some battery energy storage, and also pump storage. We have new pump storage, and also currently we set up the policy of power wheeling point to point, because I think in currently in area 100 industry, very important to supply of green electricity in industry. And also maybe we also improve the nuclear power plant to achieve 100 and new renewable energy. And the demand side, we have a transportation, we have utilization up to 40%, hydrogen, especially green hydrogen utilization, electric vehicle and smart charging system, also eco-fuel utilization for aviation and transportation. In industry sector, we have implementation of energy management. I think we focus on high intensive industry, maybe consumption about 4,000 ton of oil equivalent per year. We propose the energy saving potential about 120 TOE per year, and reduction of CO2 emission almost 600 ton per year. This focus, we want to set up the revision of regulation, my regulation in energy conservation, for mandatory of energy management. We monitoring real time about the high intensive industry. And also we, in the end of my statement, commercial and household sector, we utilization of high energy efficiency appliances. We have MAPS, minimum energy performance standard, and energy labeling. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak. So both for the demand and supply sector has been given a really deep thought about all these key technologies. From Amanda, on these key technologies, please.
Yeah, so I think it's very much in line with this, what Pak Hendra is also mentioning this morning. We really see electrification as a key enabler. And this is because electrification is the best way we know how to decarbonize these sectors. So and sustainable electrification at that. So if we increase our renewable energy capacity, that allows us to electrify other sectors. For example, for transport, we can feed in more EVs into the system. And I think in the particular case of Indonesia, considering that 90% of demands in transport are actually on-road transport, then that is a big impact to the total transport system. So specifically, also looking at the stocks that you have, with motorcycles, I think the technologies are easy, and it's an easy shift to switch and electrify the motorcycle stocks, as well as your EVs, but also to do that in the short term because of lag phase effects that would be in the system for existing vintages. So it's also one of those opportunities that would be nice to jump on in the short to medium term rather than later to avoid lag phase effects. But yeah, so for sure electrification, especially for the transport sector, and then for the harder to abate sectors within transport such as aviation and maritime, you can then consider technologies upper in the value chain, such as green fuels and synthetic fuels. But then also looking at industry, electrification is also a key thing, considering processes that are lower temperature processes, lower than 1,000 degrees. The reason we keep highlighting electrification and renewable electrification is because right now the technologies exist, right, to actually apply it in a least cost and cost-effective way, right? So we see right now that solar is actually competing with coal in Indonesia. I think the last numbers I saw were about 5.6 US cents per kilowatt hour. And that's very comparable to coal in Indonesia. And this is pre-COVID, so I'm sure the numbers have even decreased further than that as we speak currently. And so also for the building sector, we highlight electrification, but also energy efficiency. And I think throughout energy efficiency is obviously put, as we said, as a first principle, considering that penetration rates as the societies become more affluent, right, and penetration rates of certain devices increases, be it air conditioning and cooling required for different air spaces. Energy efficiency becomes key because before we even look at, the first step would be how do we then minimize the demands in the sector? How do we minimize demands from the buildings as well? So energy efficiency would be key in that aspect. And also for household activities such as cooking. Of course, we highlight, fuel switching is highlighted, but I think, also electrifying such activities would give leapfrogging opportunities. So rather than investing in interim solutions, we can also invest in electrification, and that gives an opportunity to actually leapfrog in the sector. All right, and so, yeah, so the technologies exist, and the performance of these technologies is known, i.e. the technologies that would allow for electrification to actually be used. And also in addition to that and I think they'll speak about it more in the power section, but then in addition to that is by for example, electrifying transport and having EVs in the system, what you also open up to is availability for smart systems, right? When your grid becomes smarter, then you're actually able to use the EVs to fit into the grid. And right now we've seen aggregator models where EVs actually can be aggregated and can support ancillary services to the TSOs and flexibility for DSOs. So I think those are also low-hanging fruits that can be looked into when you then look at sector coupling and integrating these systems together. So these are technologies that exist, that are applicable right now as we speak, and are cost competitive. So based on the best available knowledge that we have now on the technologies, I think energy efficiency where we can, as well as electrification. And then, of course, for processes that are harder to abate, for example, within the industrial, we can also consider green fuels and both as feedstock or as supporting the processes themselves.
Thank you. Thank you very much also, Amanda. So we have been very consistent, all of the analysis and then all of the efforts from ministries, from DAS, also from Irina. And now Pa Fabi again, if I may. So Pa Fabi, listening from both Pa Hendra and Amanda on these key technologies, what are the most urgent things to do, and what are these, Amanda also mentioning about the low-hanging fruits, what are these efforts that are immediately needs to be done, conducted here in Indonesia to accelerate this energy transition?
I think I will say three things very, very important that has to be done in the recent, I mean, soon, later than, not later, but soon. First, I think we have to figure out, again, because we have system constraint right now with the overcapacities of PLN system. So I think addressing this coal retirement is very, very important. Early coal retirements based on ISR latest analysis that we published also August this year, to be consistent with 1.5 degrees, then all coal plant has to be phased out by 2045. I think that's confirmed with a couple of studies as well. What very, very important now is that it has to be done, we have to start before 2030. So our analysis shows that it requires 9.2 gigawatt of early coal retirements with the average, I mean early because the average age of coal plants is like 20 years. So that has to be done. Otherwise, it's very challenging for renewable to be ramping up at the scale that we have seen. I think here, 2030, IEM mentions that it's more than 100 gigawatt of the renewables, right? So we have to deal with that. Second, what's also very, very, very important is that since we will anticipate the higher level of variable renewable energy over the next decade, I think including the energy storage is very, 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 very key here. And so far, I haven't seen that energy storage get attention. And it's not just pump hydro energy storage, which I think is already in RUPTL for until 2030, like 4 gigawatt. But we have to also try another storage, right? Battery energy storage system, of course, thermal energy storage, compressed air energy storage, the all storage technology that could be affordable over the next decade, I think is very important to be included in the planning. And the last one, as also see this, the interconnection, inter-island and within region. And that's also confirmed our study that it has to be started because we know building interconnection is not a short. It takes longer time. Project preparation, study. I think I would like to draw attention of the study of interconnection Java-Sumatra that started late 80s, early 90s, even cancel, and so it took very, very long for Indonesia to build interconnection. And now we see in this report that the recommendation to build interconnection from Sumatra, Java, Kalimantan, Kalimantan, Sulawesi, East Nusa Tenggara, all the preparation technical study must be done now. And I think at a certain point of time, I think by 2025, you have to start to bid at least for Java, Kalimantan, which I think it will take longer, while PLN finalizing the within region system. So I think that's transmission and distribution very important. And also what the report also mentioned that in order to reduce the risk of a failure of the power system, there should be more improvement or upgrade on a lower voltage and at the distribution side. I think it's very important because right now in the planning, if you look at the RUPTL planning, the planning on the grid strengthening, I think is not many elaborated, right? So I think we have to look at this, all of this aspect, how we can strengthen transmission, distribution, as well as integrated energy storage to be able to anticipate the largest share of variable renewable energy in the near future.
Thank you very much, Pak Fabi. Yes, so these 3 points are indeed the most urgent things that we need to be considered. And then I would like to encourage, because after the Friday prayer, Pak, we are going to also have a deeper session on these power sectors. So I would like to encourage everyone also to join. Before that, I know we are about to run out of time. Pak Iwan, Pak, so all of these key technologies, implementations, and then these transformations that Pak Fabi are mentioning about the power sector transformations, distribution and transmissions, all of these things are going to end on the finance, right? Yeah. And how do you see, like, what is the biggest homework about this RE financing and energy transformations financing here in Indonesia from your perspective?
Well, yes, that's true. Investing in the RE power plants basically is there is a like a chicken and egg between the investor's point of view and the developer's point of view. So the investor always say, "Show me the right projects," but the investor, the developer say, "Show me the money," right? So that's why Mentari, okay, we should start from the readiness of the projects first, because this is one of the key. Why the investors or the financial institution look the RE investment is like a high risk, especially for the local banks, because I cannot blame them because of based on the previous experience, maybe they have not a good experience for the past 5 to 10 years, maybe because of the cost overrun, the performance of the, especially at that time, hydro power plant is not doing well. That's why the project financing is not common in Indonesia. So in doing that, I think that's why we would like to make the project's readiness at the first time. Yeah. So that's why we would like to expand that by try to support the project developers with the right studies. The investment will come once the project is feasible. But we cannot also expecting that most of the projects are economic or financially capable for getting the loan. Some of the small projects in the rural area, in the eastern part of Indonesia, for instance, maybe they have an economic viable there, but financially, not even single bank would like to finance because of the size maybe is too small. Again, interconnection studies is not there, so it's rather remote, and PLN doesn't want to touch because, well, how you electrify for only maybe 10 to 20 household there? And then the distance from the nearest grid is maybe 100 kilometers. So we would like to make it that very strategic, small size pilot projects by doing small studies and then using the technology. The easiest one is the solar PV one. So it's very remotely. And doing that, we would like also to have another program that the UK government under the Foreign Commonwealth Development Offices, together with Mentari, we will provide the grant for doing that. The grant is not that big, but for a small project, I think it helps to make it happen. So that's why early next year, we would like to, launch a program, what we call for proposal, to grab more projects. Maybe if we can finance or can provide a grant, say 100 or 200,000 per projects, but multiply by 10 projects, I think it helps the energy access for those remote areas. So that is our idea to doing that. But for the bigger size, we also collaborate with PTSMI, Sarana Multi-Infrastructure, to also promote some of the project. That means that the size can be bigger, and the PTSMI will provide the loan, and then we provide a grant to reduce the DSCR component, and at the same time, we also increase the IRR. Means that the project now become more viable. So maybe the banks can also look at that. Before they said, well, IRR too small, the SCR is below 1, forget it. But by having that grant, I think it helps at least to promote that. That is one of the area that Mentari will focus for the next couple years from now. Thanks.
Thank you, Pak Iwan, and thank you also, Mentari. We wish that these things are being implemented very well, and we look forward to support and continue the collaboration. And also, again, just one more question. So everything's needs are going to be linked to the regional level, right? So with all of these things that we have been heard from the experts here in Indonesia, Mas Zulfikar. So what do you see Indonesia can learn from the other countries in the region, the ASEANs? We see also Vietnam also has been successfully increasing the renewables and everything. What can Indonesia learn from the energy transition that are happening also in the other country in the regions?
Yeah, I think I would like to start with noting that Indonesia will be the chair of ASEAN next year. So I think it's a very good chance for Indonesia to, well, the question is like what Indonesia can learn, but I'm thinking that maybe Indonesia can lead and even drive the energy transition in the region, especially utilizing its experience as the G20. And there are many activities that can be done by Indonesia to push the energy transition in the country and in the region moving forward. And I think all of those have been covered by all the panelists here. And I also would like to note maybe a few things that I think can be leveraged in the regional level. First, I think the interconnection is, again, it's key. It's something that we have been pushing in the region through the ASEAN Power Grid for the last few decades. And you know that we had successfully conducted trading between Laos and Singapore. And this is going through Thailand and Malaysia, right? So the power charging, the wheeling charge has been conducted there, which can be a lesson as well for Indonesia in terms of interconnection within region, or hopefully also to the other countries in the region. And our study, AIMS3, also noted that the interconnection, and also AO7 noted that the interconnection is very important to increase the share of renewable energy by balancing the supply and demand between regions, serving as a flexibility for the energy system, and also it's actually it's cost effective in a sense, because you can have the cheapest generation at one point and trade it within the region. So that's, I think, the very importance of interconnection within region, and hopefully it can also expand it to other countries within the region. And I think second, of course, the energy efficiency is, again, I would like to say it's very important, and also technologies and renewables, but more importantly, what I want to bring is the potential role for Indonesia to secure the, I mean, generally in the globally we see a problem of supply chain these days. The importance of materials, the importance of technologies are very important, and I do hope that Indonesia can lead on this by developing its industry in the system in the country, so it can serve as the supply chain hub in the region. And I think there are many more, but I think I'll just stop there. And I'm very optimistic that the 5.5% gap of renewable energy target we foresee in our study will be filled, especially with Indonesia's strong support and activities in energy transition moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mas Zulfikar. I think that's conclude like all of this discussion on the Indonesia energy transition outlook and how it is going to be affect the regional energy transition outlook, energy transition in the region, right? So I think with that, the first panel sessions are finished. I guess this is going to be the time for the Friday prayer break. I'm going to give the session back to MC. Thank you very much for all of the panelists for a very fruitful discussions, and yeah, to the MC.
Thank you, Mr. Adam, and all panelists for enlightening discussion on energy transition in Indonesia. Please stay on stage. We will have photo session together. Can I join? Mbak Yosik, ikut foto. Di arah. Itu di sana. Nah. Okay, once again, give a big applause and thank you to Mr. Adam Adiwinata and all panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have break for an hour and we just prepare for lunch. It's outside meeting room area, and Friday prayer will be on the Ar-Rahman Mosque at the basement level. And please come back again to join our next session in this room at 1:30 p.m. and thank you. Kami persilahkan kepada Bapak dan Ibu untuk menikmati hidangan makan siang yang berada tepat di depan ruangan ini. Dan untuk ibadah sholat Jumat berada di Masjid Ar-Rahman yang terletak di basement, lantai basement. Dan kami mengharapkan kehadiran Bapak dan Ibu untuk dapat kembali ke ruangan ini pada pukul 1.30 tepat pada waktunya. Terima kasih.
Cik. 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 Mai.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will start next session shortly. Please kindly get back to the meeting room. Kami mengundang Bapak dan Ibu yang masih berada di luar untuk dapat memasuki ruang meeting kembali, karena kita akan melanjutkan acara pada hari ini sesaat lagi. Sekali lagi kami mengundang Bapak dan Ibu yang masih berada di luar untuk dapat memasuki ruangan kembali, karena kita akan segera memulai acara kembali. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start next session shortly. Please kindly get to meeting room. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back in launching of the Indonesia Energy Transition Outlook Report. Now we are going to move to our third session about power sector transformation in Indonesia. This session will discuss a deeper look into the power sector and Irina's multinodal power sector analysis findings for Indonesia and wider region. Topics include capacity expansion, grid and flexibility, and markets. In this session, we will listen to scenes and setting presentation by Sean Collins from RIMAP, followed by panel discussion. The discussion will be moderated by Raul Miranda, Associate Analyst from Power System Transformation Strategies. To Mr. Raul Miranda, floor is yours.
Hello?
Sorry. So again, good afternoon, everyone. So we are starting now the second session on power sector transformation for Indonesia. My name is Raul Miranda. I work with power sector transformation in under ARENA's Innovation and Technology Center. So what we are going to present here, it's a focus on the supply, so power sector, but obviously this work continues on the assessment and builds on all the discussion that we had this morning. So, so we are essentially falling from those different pathways for demand consumption, of course considering efficiency, electrifications, and all those different electrification pathways. We've seen, we had like already some very good discussion also that touched upon, of course, the power sector, like the need for interconnectors, a huge investment, storage, and etc. And of course, we are going to go a bit deeper on that. For our panel discussion, we will have a very prominent experts. I'm very happy with the panel, with the names that we have for the discussion today. We have panelists that will have like talking about different angles, different perspectives, but with very complementary views and again and visions. So to start, I would like to give you a brief summary of our results for the power sector study. I would like to invite my colleague Sean Collins that will give a scene setting presentation for you in the next 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Sean, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Salamat siang. Hope you're all keeping well. And today I'd just like to give you, I suppose, a brief overview of our results and analysis that we've done for the capacity expansion modeling of the region, and in terms of how these future portfolios with renewables work operationally, but also the profound opportunity that exists, and to give context for the more detailed panel discussion that will be coming up shortly. So first of all, a brief overview of kind of the key insights and results of the study. Next slide, please. So renewables present quite a serious opportunity to the Indonesian power system. First and foremost, the solar resource facing that the region possesses is so significant. You don't need to be an energy modeler or an engineer to see that. You just need to go outside and feel it. And combined with the significant cost reductions of solar PV, as we've seen in our costing reports recently, present a serious opportunity for the Indonesian power system, given that it can displace coal as it is one of the lowest cost power sources available today. In our analysis, we also look at the short-term investment needs going forward in terms of flexibility, which in terms of domestic and international transmission and storage, which will total about 80 billion. Also, what's clear, in light of the demand growth, we project a number of different scenarios ranging from the national plans towards a high high renewables climate compatible pathway. But depending on the pathway taken, annual power sector emissions could go from 200 megatons up to 1,000 megatons per year by 2050 unless action is taken. The pathways that we suggest can take this down to zero or even negative territory. And in terms of the high electrification rate, in our highly ambitious scenarios, it increases about 5-fold beyond the present day. And of course, in terms of harnessing the renewable energy resources of Indonesia and the broader ASEAN region, this leads to a deep reinforcement of the national and international transmission grid with a 15-fold increase and up to a 100-fold increase in national and international interconnection, respectively. And this was done in an integrated regional approach. And as Nick presented earlier, and building on other work presented by and discussed by panelists, while the power sector investments are very significant, I think there's no getting away from that, but the broad-reaching benefits of decarbonisation span far beyond the power sector, far beyond the energy sector. And in terms of innovation and development, I think the opportunity of the moment rests on can this innovation be taken advantage of going forward and be on the crest of a wave, or shall older technologies be harnessed and this advantage be missed? Next slide, please. So the scenario structure of the study was to consider a broad range of technology developments. What impact do these pathways have on energy security? What are the implications of higher renewables ambition on this? How does this tie in with emissions reduction? What level of technological innovation is required? And existing and national plans and regional initiatives formed the basis of this scenario development. And this very much formed our analytical approach to the study, where we established what possible futures are there and moved from national plans to look how they can be adjusted and moving forward. So in this sense, we consider the BES and PES, which are a business as usual and planned case, and then we look at incrementally higher ambition. And this is what we call our transforming energy scenario, our TESS. And then, given the role of various key technologies, we have three 1.5 degree scenarios for the power sector. And the ORI 85 represents what can renewables and nuclear do in the power sector? What type of system can be deployed there? The ORI 90 looks at the role of renewables and carbon capture and storage with potential repurposing of existing stock of fossil fuel generators. And then the ORI 100 is exactly as it sounds. It's a 100% renewable system which relies more heavily on batteries, on municipal solid waste and ocean energy, and a range of and deeper interconnection and flexibility options. And so just next slide, please. So, and just a brief overview of the methodology. It's fully integrated, so we take the bottom-up demand technology by technology, and we take this electricity demand and build an 18-node Indonesian model, but within a full 35-node model of ASEAN, which allows us to capture all the interconnections possible within the broader region. And in such an approach, it allows us to capture natural synergies across the ASEAN and also internally within Indonesia in terms of where the hydro resources, where the geothermal resources, how solar can best be deployed, and co-optimized, cost-optimized in a fully integrated approach. And this allows insights to be gained in quite a deep fashion across a range of aspects. Next slide, please. So as was discussed before, quite stark in the results is the opportunity for solar. And even in our least ambitious case with no additional enabling frameworks, we see that approximately 200 gigawatts comes in with no support at all. And such is the opportunity on a cost basis. And with modest enabling frameworks, you can increase, and in the 1.5 degree case, you see very, very high levels of solar penetration with, of course, up to 840 gigawatts. And of course, This implies very high levels of operational changes, deeply interconnected system operation, deeply and widely distributed, with a paradigm shift in system operation with deeply interconnected operation to essentially harness one of the lowest cost power sources that is available today. And of course, power system planning should keep pace with this. But of course, the BES shows that without additional action, that significant emissions could be baked in, and also the concerns of highly concentrated load in Java, despite the high renewables potential elsewhere, indicates very high interconnection and the potential benefits that would exist with industrial relocation to other parts of the country. Next slide, please. So this just offers a deeper insight into the difference between the scenarios. Essentially, from 2018, we see to go to the planned energy case by 2050, we see very high levels of solar come in. And in addition to fossil fuel with no CCS and some with CCS. But the incremental difference between this and the 1.5 is largely more solar. And where this solar and the difference between the different 1.5 cases is you see CCS in one, you see nuclear in the other, and you see this gap plugged with other technologies in the 100% renewable case. And what's key here on the right is where solar is distributed. Despite the very high load, electrical load in Java, not all the solar resources there due to land constraints, land costs, and of course then that leads to a more distributed regional shares of solar PV. And of course, the significant planning is required to achieve this. And next slide, please. And such integrated planning would require very robust expansion of the transmission grid. And I think the lower graph just shows the level and scale of the increase in transmission. And an integrated approach between storage, transmission, and generation capacity allows the sizing of such units, and potential power sector reforms in the global context have been successful in achieving such integrated planning. And key candidates are from Java to Kalimantan. Of course, as was mentioned before, the Sumatra-Java line is very important, especially in enabling high levels of solar. And also we see very similar levels of increased in international transmission as presented here. Next slide, please. Now, and the final part of the story isn't, so we have the generation capacity. We have the increases in levels of interconnection, which are very significant. And also storage plays a key role in enabling the lowest cost power to be harnessed for Indonesia and for ASEAN as a whole. And in this case, we see up to 250 gigawatts of storage deployed in Indonesia in our RE90 case, and this goes up to beyond 300 gigawatts in the 100% renewable case, coupled with interconnector lines across the region. And co-optimization allows for optimal sizing of these different components. And in terms of line sizing, they present the operational analysis performed as part of this study also allowed us to see how the system actually works in 2050. So this goes hour by hour in 2050 and looks at the number of spinning units online. What is the strength of the system for outage? So you can see in the lower portion here, the little lines across the x-axis vertically show the ability of the system to withstand an outage, and the importance of actually reducing and increasing the tolerance and reducing the N-1, the key outage components that could cause system instability. So, and with that, I would like to close this session. We've seen close my scene setting remarks and introduce my colleague Raul Miranda to take the floor with the panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sean, for this very comprehensive assessment and overview of our results. So we've seen, I think Sean touched upon some good points here. So the first one I would say, and also that resulted in having 3 different scenarios in our study, which was, so for instance, even in decarbonization scenarios, there might be a need for a non-renewable capacity for the sake of dispatchability. And there are some uncertainties, for instance, either the way that you should take, for instance, going to nuclear, perhaps CCS, perhaps even, of course, then 100% renewable systems, which of course then you need to rely more and more on storage and some other technologies. We also saw that storage together with hydropower can provide reserves requirements needed. So here I'm talking about operational reserves, not about adequacy, and many other interesting aspects. Also, the development of PV in the country happening mainly in some regions, and then you have a sort of mismatch between demand and supply that obviously will also impact and result in having the need of huge transmission lines. Okay, so with that, I would like to invite to join me on the stage the panelists. So I would like to please invite from the MEMR, the Coordinator of Power Generation Planning, Pak Pramduya. Thank you very much. And then we also have from PLN, the Vice President, System Planning, Ira Savitri. Then from Asian GIZ, Director Energy Program Indonesia, Lisa Tinscher. We also have from the Asian Center for Energy Project Manager from the AEO7, Pak Zulfikar Yunaidi. Thank you. And last but not least, from the Danish Energy Agency, long-term advisor on energy system planning, Morten Ekstrand. So we've seen this morning and also in the presentation made by Sean, there are huge challenges for the power sector transformation in Indonesia. So first and foremost, to start, I would like to echo some of the numbers that were said also in the morning. So for instance, IRENA's decarbonization scenario envisions a renewables share of 85% or higher, progressing from today's shares of about 19%, going to 34% by 2030. In terms of solar PV, that means 60 gigawatt by 2030, and then over 600 gigawatt going to 840 gigawatt, depending on the scenario we are talking about, plus over 200 gigawatt of other renewables. Storage numbers over 250 gigawatts in 2050, which translates on a need of annual builds of 3 to 8 gigawatts every year, for instance, in Nusa Tenggara and Sumatra. And also transmission infrastructure over 200 and 350 gigawatts, also depending on the scenarios. But of course, the good news here is that these savings from the least cost or the decarbonization scenarios, they result in savings compared to the planned energy scenarios that we have, which essentially is our base scenario. So let's talk a bit more about the challenges. So let's go to our first round. So perhaps I would like to start with MEMR. So achieving the full potential of renewables would require a redesign of the institutional framework for generators and also for transmission rights. This is in particular important towards the formation of an eventual Asian power grid. And obviously, this also takes time to be transformed. So how does the ministry see a generation and electricity exchange based on the availability of electricity, which would mean perhaps an early or shorter resolution, and that eventually goes beyond its borders? Thank you very much again.
Thank you, Mr. Raul. We look based on your scenario in the outlook, as well with our scenario for net zero emission. We need a huge amount of transmission because we have to not stop. Maybe we need to halt the development of new coal. While in Java Bali we have a lot of demand. Majority demand in Indonesia is in Java Bali. So when the coal is stopped, when the coal is not developed anymore, then the power should be sent for the others islands, like from Sumatra or from Kalimantan, or from Nusa Tenggara, which has a lot of solar potential with the good irradiation there. So that's our challenge for the future. We need a huge amount of investment for the transmission, not only for our priority is for domestic, and then after that we will expand our electricity export to the other countries among the ASEAN countries. And regarding for the investment, the first priority is for PLN, of course, our state-owned enterprise. But in case of PLN doesn't have the adequacy for the investment, so for the private is open to develop the transmission, but it will be BOT built on and transfer to PLN. Yeah, I think that's all my comment, Mr. Raul.
Thank you very much. So you essentially emphasize again the mismatch between supply and demand. I think that's perhaps the main challenge in the country. Again, I would like just to echo here, around 70% of the electricity demand today is in the Java Bali grid. And this is not, my understanding, it's not expected to change much in the future, in spite of the move of the capital to Kalimantan. Of course, there might be some changes that may even help harnessing renewables, at least in that region. But that's it's essentially a very interesting point indeed. So I would like perhaps to turn to PLN. So another, I think, very challenging but also very interesting point about the transformation in Indonesia is that essentially the country has grids of different sizes and more than 900 isolated grids. Lisa will talk also about this, the differences, about the different energy contexts as well. So obviously you have different technologies, so perhaps smaller grids relying a bit more on oil, on diesel generators, and then of course when you go to larger grids, perhaps a mix between thermal generators and hydropower. But the point is, it's very difficult to create a roadmap that works well across all regions. So how has PLN planned the system operation under these different energy contexts, and how can this knowledge help the country integrating renewables?
Thank you, Raul. Yeah, so in PLN, we treat the system differently. So approach for each system will be different from other system. Even though, let's say, Java Bali is a big system, Sumatra is a big system, Kalimantan is a big system, and Sulawesi, southern part of Sulawesi is a big system, but we cannot directly adopt what is implemented in Java Bali, directly adopt to Sulawesi or Sumatra. However, Java Bali is our, let's say, benchmarking system. So, yeah, we will do different approach for each system. And talking about the isolated system, we also have, let's say, strategy for developing the system. Maybe will be significantly different from big system. Let's say maybe in isolated system, we do not do a big grid. Instead, we do the, let's say, DG, distributed generation. And yeah, we even Raul, we have different grid code for each system. So you will find in PLN we have grid code for Java Bali, we have different from grid code for Sumatra, we have different from Sulawesi. However, we do benchmarking. We do benchmarking for system. Let's say Java Bali is the strongest system in Indonesia. Java Bali become, let's say, what we call the role model of the system for other, what they call a big system in Indonesia. Sorry, I think I need you to remind me another issue. Sorry.
So the question was how essentially, exactly as you are saying, how to address these different energy contexts and how to plan for that.
Yeah.
And how perhaps, sorry, how seeing these different energy contexts, and of course, essentially you have perhaps a grid, as you said, a smaller grid and then a bigger grid, and then this may facilitate or not perhaps the integration of renewables for some particular reasons. Would you say that?
Integration of generations, and yeah. In big system, yeah, we do the integration of generation in a grid. But in, let's say in the isolated system, we can do the distributed generation. And between each system, it is not impossible that we do the, let's say the interconnection. We are trying to do the interconnection from Java Bali to Sumatra, and maybe later in the future there will be interconnection between, let's say, Kalimantan, Pak Pram, ya, in the super grid planning is Kalimantan to Java, or maybe Kalimantan to Sulawesi, and in that case, I think we need also to align the grid code, because the system combined, the system is interconnected, so the different grid code will be, I think, need to be developed. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah. I think if you could touch upon very good points. So first one, of course, the Java Bali grid is the most challenging one. But also a very good point is the distributed generation, especially in the small isolated grids. Perhaps in these grids, I think solar PV would be even more cost effective, because then you're essentially comparing with diesel generators. I think that's also a good point. And also, obviously, of course, when you have different systems, you also have different grid codes, right? Perhaps going a bit on this direction, also to discuss a bit of systems of different energy contexts, I would like to go to Asian GIZ. So GIZ has been supporting the government in a number of initiatives. And one of them, a very interesting one, is of course the 1,000 Islands Renewables for Electrification program under your management. So GIZ aims to demonstrate, essentially with this work, the feasibility of renewables in islands of different energy contexts. Would you mind briefly explaining the program to us and how this can support, again, the integration of renewables over more than 600 grids across the country?
Yes, with pleasure. Thank you so much, and also thank you for the organizer for having me here for this very exciting event and launch. Yeah, so I speak on behalf of GIZ, the energy program here in Indonesia. We focus on Indonesia. We also have a project on ASEAN. And REAP, yeah, correctly, is one of our, I think, I would say, flagship initiatives. I mean, GIZ classically does topics related to policy advisory work. We work on the ground. We started more than 30 years. We're very glad that we have this long-established collaboration with Indonesia and with the REAP projects since early 2017. We have this flagship project where we work very closely with PLN. So REAP as political partner is implemented with EBTKE. It has the main objective is to achieve the 23% target by 2025. And we do so by providing policy advice and support for regulatory framework with EBTKE. We work with private sector on piloting, load shifting, and so on. But I think the centerpiece is where a lot of our resources go, is to work with PLN, where we have a regional approach looking into power system planning and operations with a look to increase the share of variable renewables. And how do we do this? We have chosen different regions. We started with very small grids, so Selayar, Kaledupa, Bangka Belitung. Today, in the second phase, we work on the Sulawesi grid, the main grid, and also NTT, where we look at different island grids. And what do we do there? I think the work with PLN has two layers, I would say. On the one side, the work of the PLN wilayas. We go into the region, we look, of course, at the infrastructure that is there, what is planned in the IUPTL, but what are also the available renewable energy resource and how can this be increased. So we do scenarios, we look into business as usual, but then what could be least cost options, but what could also be options to achieve the 23% target, or options of interconnection, or maybe applying the global coal market price, or how would that shift the system? So that's quite exciting work that we're doing on the ground in the regions, and on the other side we work with PLN headquarters because we also see this knowledge and the skills on how to do this system planning, and the operations needs to be anchored, needs to be spread to all regions. So we're very happy that we work with PLN Pusdiklat, the internal training center of PLN, where we have train-the-trainer schemes and developed curriculum and syllabus. We do training on modeling. We also organize study tours to Germany, because often, as you say, seeing is believing, how much variable renewables can be integrated into a grid. So this is our approach on the power sector, let's say.
Thank you very much, Lisa. That's a very interesting and exciting work, for sure. So another topic that I would like to touch upon is, of course, Indonesia, as we mentioned several times earlier, is, of course, also part of a wider regional integration in a way. Of course, there are neighbor countries. Perhaps there will be imports, perhaps there will be exports in moments of the day, even of the year, different seasonalities and etc. And from Asia and even beyond, so perhaps even connections with Australia and so on. So of course we saw again the importance of transmission in the presentation. We had a very nice map from Sean with all these those numbers, and of course they are quite challenging. So I would like to ask Ace, as of course let's say the prominent actor, putting all these countries and actors together and to discuss and to see and to find a common pathway going towards. So what is the role of Indonesia in supporting the integration of renewables in Southeast Asia?
Yeah, again, I will start with introducing that in ASEAN we have what we call the APAIC, the ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation, which is the energy cooperation blueprints in the region. And within APAIC, I mentioned before the regional target in RE, and with that we have like 7 program areas and 2 of them, or maybe 3 of them, are actually directly related with electricity system. First, of course, the ASEAN Power Grid, or the APG. We also have a specific program area for renewable energy, and we also have regional energy policy and planning. So for the APG, it is being implemented by what we call the HAPUA, which is the head of utility from the whole region. So in this case, the head of PLN is the representative for this HAPUA. Meanwhile, for the RE, it is implemented by RE Subsector Network, or RESSN. In this case, it is implemented for Indonesia. It's coming from the IBTKE. So these are the regional platform of which each ASEAN member states can contribute to, can have a knowledge sharing in between the countries, and also for them to connect with a wider resources, both in terms of technical capacity, in terms of financing, capacity building, knowledge sharing, etc., etc. And the role of Indonesia within these 2 platforms are very, very critical. Again, Indonesia is the biggest in the region. So whatever achievement in terms of renewable energy in Indonesia will impact a lot in terms of regional renewables target. And having said that, again, I would like to bring with the notion that Indonesia will become the chair of ASEAN next year, and this, of course, include its leadership with what they call the priority energy deliverables. So they usually have what they want to do within a year in their chairmanship. And I think there are various activities currently being discussed, but the promotion of interconnection are definitely one of them. I mentioned in the previous session the success story of building and trading electricity actually between 4 countries in the regions, which is the first time it's happening in the region, from Laos to Singapore. And this actually opens a lot of possibility for more interconnection. Again, there are a lot of talks, still it's not official, of connecting it to Cambodia, for example, and Indonesia is also probably interested of connecting it to Singapore, or maybe another option is having connection between the Borneo, so like Borneo grid, so between the Kalimantan going to Malaysia and Sarawak or Sabah and Brunei over there. So there are a lot of activities that Indonesia can support towards a more integration of renewables, which in turn will strengthen the renewable target of each of the countries. I will also add probably the success story from Vietnam is actually also impacting various countries. I think in last year or the year before, when this solar boom happening in Vietnam, we received requests from Indonesian government to connect us with the Vietnam to learn more about that. So I think that's also another way for the countries to learn from each other's success cases. But beyond that, a success case coming from Vietnam undoubtedly bring a lot of global players of renewables coming to the regions. So they start like looking for how is the potential in Indonesia? Vietnam can do it, and Indonesia should also do it. So the role, I mean, the idea of Southeast Asia as a region is very, very strong and very important. And this, I think, will be very important in pushing renewables penetration in electricity system in the future. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very nice information. I think you also touched upon what would be my follow-up question, like how neighboring countries can help Indonesia also achieve its renewable energy targets. Lots of interesting points also aligned with our study. So in our study, we essentially see, again, we had this Asian representation with 35 nodes, and Indonesia was part of this model with 18 nodes. But going even beyond Indonesia, we also see this different and very interesting exchange between countries. So for instance, some hydropower resources in Laos also supporting renewables, for instance, in Vietnam, especially in the next 10 years, when storage resources won't still be perhaps cost effective as we expect, especially beyond 2030. So of course, these different exchange between countries are providential. And this also, I think, brings very interesting and potential to Indonesia, especially when we talk about the, for instance, the big potential, PV potential in Sumatra. That's an obvious opportunity to export electricity and beyond to these countries. And of course, also a very good point is to build on and to share knowledge, especially related to the existing initiatives. I think there are many very interesting initiatives. Of course, these initiatives are also being developed. They are also learning with some other countries, but they are also already doing a very interesting job there. I think that's also a very interesting point. So with this, I would like also to turn to the Danish Energy Agency. So we talked a bit, we started a bit to try to put an overview about the institutional framework. We also talk about the technical, the regional, and also I would like to bring a bit of an external perspective view of someone, of an agency that has had an important role in supporting a number of initiatives and studies in Indonesia and beyond, also in the Asian region. And I think a very important point and a very interesting role about from the Danes is that these different studies should ideally communicate and agree on a common pathway for the region and for the country, and so on. So could you perhaps share some of these experiences across the countries, and what are the similarities of such efforts?
Yeah, thank you very much, Raul, and thank you for everyone to being here today as well. So the Danish Energy Agency, we have been supporting especially the ministry, Pak Pramudia and his team in DG Electricity, and also the rest of the ministry and several provinces in the overall energy planning. We support a lot on the modeling and scenario design. Yeah, sorry about the microphone. So we are supporting, providing some of the tools and improving some of the tools, and in order to also have a bit more, let's say, dynamic development in the ministry, that they can more easily perform similar analysis as Irina has done here. And I'll have to say that I think it's really great to see what Pak Pramudia and the team in DG Electricity have done. Like over the last couple of years, the modeling tools, the knowledge, and so on has really increased a lot. And one of the key aspects of that is that, for example, to strengthen one of the policy documents, the IUKN, the National Electricity Master Plan, which I think is really a key document going forward to set. Is it better like this? Can you hear me? Yes, you can. Okay, sorry. Sorry about that. Okay, yeah, this is better, I guess. So I think that there is a strong benefit that Indonesia can harvest from aligning some of these documents, the IUKN, together with the actual business plan of PLN, the IUPTL, and some of the regional energy planning. And I think, because as it's been mentioned several times, we need all the different institutions and stakeholders to come together. And I think it's really a key area to focus, to strengthen the planning, that of course to build up the capacity in the different institutions, to continue to build the capacity, but then also to ensure stronger coordination. And I think we hope in the Danish Energy Agency at least that one of the elements that we're supporting with can to strengthen the role of the IUKN can be a good starting point for that. Yeah, I think that's important, and otherwise I would also just echo also what Lisa was mentioning, to work with the local, for example, PLN. We have been doing some work with PLN, also with the local governments, and how to transform some of this overall national planning into more specific regional planning. And I think that's very important also to anchor it at the provincial level. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think Irina is very thankful also for the support of the Danes, and I think these are a very complementary collaboration, because in one side we have Irina with its global membership, so we are also essentially learning by doing, tracking the learning by doing process in some other countries and how they have developed renewables, and of course, and then to try to explore and extend these successful experiences. And in the same way, the Danish Energy Agency and also GIZ, it's an environment to also to bring together these different institutions and try to see from this side how to support also countries and members and governments. And that has been a successful story, I would say. So I would like to, so we have 15 minutes more. So I perhaps would like to put together some questions here. So I would like this one perhaps to the ministry and to PLN together. The first one a bit more to the ministry, but of course PLN, please feel free to chime in. So the first one, it would be, of course, it has been said across the day also the need for huge infrastructure. This is transmission, storage. And some of these infrastructure, of course, need to be in place prior to the development of renewables, and I think that's a very important challenge. So for instance, IRENA study sees a need for 80 billion only until 2030, only for these two different assets, and an additional 210 billion until 2050. Cumulative investments. So of course, how to ensure that these are well planned ahead of time and properly funded, considering also that private sector is still relatively small in the country, in the sector specifically.
Okay, maybe me first, after that PLN. I think investment for the private sector is more than 50%. You can see in the latest RUPTL, PLN RUPTL. Yeah, the most of investment for the power generation is will be doing by IPP. And I think for the future, after PLN make the subholding, maybe PLN will be. I mean, the subholding will be make cooperation with the IPP, so the opportunity for IPP make cooperation with the PLN subholding will be increased. I think so. Then the PLN as the holding will focus on the transmission, distribution, and retail. So yeah, the IPP opportunity for the future will be higher, I think so. Around.
BPLN? Would you like to say a few words on that also?
Excuse me, Raul. I think about the investment and the opportunity for private sectors to join the development of, let's say, new renewable energy power plants. I think Pak Pram has already mentioned about that. And it is very clear. So in the RUPTL, we open the opportunity for not only for PLN but also for private sectors to participate in increasing the new and renewable energy in Indonesia. But now maybe I think I need also to explain a little bit about PLN concern with regard to the development of huge renewable energy. So in our REPTL, actually, we have already mentioned that when we want to develop the new and renewable energy, particularly the VRE1, the volatility is one of the challenge for the operations. And PLN have three main points when we want to decide to develop the new and renewable energy. The first one, the demand and supply balance. So the demand is there. The demand is there, and PLN will try to find the potential renewable energy in a particular location. And the second one is by developing the new and renewable energy in the system, it shouldn't be disruption, or it shouldn't disturb the system stability. And the third one, and I think it also one of the most important factors that need to consider, this project should be financially viable. When we talk about, I want to back to this, the second one about the readiness of the system to absorb or let's say the renewable energy power plant cannot be developed if the system is not ready. I think to date and in the future, PLN cannot think about like that anymore. Because if PLN still think about that, think that way, PLN will do the limitation for the new and renewable energy that could be injected in the system. So we to turn around, think like we have to develop or we have to make the system ready prior to the new and renewable energy development. And for that thing, PLN will need a lot of fund, a lot of investment that should be made to make the system stronger. So PLN can absorb many of new and renewable energy, particularly the VRE power plant. That's actually the main concern of PLN when dealing with the new and renewable energy route. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's also obvious, a fundamental point of linking the financial part with also the period that you need to have these resources in place. So when we talk about resources and infrastructure, we are also, of course, not only talking about generation, we are also talking about transmission infrastructure. And some of these lines, especially considering that some of them will be needed across different islands, so also across big portions of water that can be very much challenging. So some of these from the planning to the commissioning may take even 10 years. So of course that's a very important point to have a step and an action today, and also to bring together this financial and of course the studies are from the technical side, as you very comprehensively mentioned. Also about the grid stability, of course that's also a very important point. In the future, I think we will have less and less synchronous generators in the system, so we'll need to see the way how that let's say paradigm shift would play in the country, and obviously that's also not something happening, of course, here, but any place integrating renewables has also this kind of different challenges, or actually similar challenges, and that's why this discussion, it's very important to share this different knowledge. So also linking to a bit to both the technical and also the financial parts, I would like to turn again to Giazat, maybe to say some words. What has been the main challenges of one of your programs, perhaps the 1000 program, but perhaps also something else, in related to power sector for both technically and financially aspects?
Yeah, thank you, Raul. I guess I have about 2 minutes to answer this question, so I guess I will not go too deep. But yeah, I think what we see, I mean, what's important to keep in mind that, I mean, it was already mentioned, Indonesia has many grids, so there's not one answer that fits to all grids, right? Java Bali was mentioned with the oversupply situation, but there's actually also other grids that have, where I would say maybe the supply is ahead of the demand. So I think PLN also was just mentioned that the demand must be planned along. So for example, the Timor grid, and then of course you have other grids or islands like Sumba with many small grids or mini grids, which are heavily reliant on diesel right now, right? And renewables have then a different, let's say, chance to come into these various grids. And I think this is also where it's intertwined, the technical and the financial. So if you look at, I think for renewables it's easier to come into these grids which are diesel-based because simply diesel is expensive and the BPP, the overall system costs are expensive, and then renewables are competitive. And then we get to the situation then, I think what we see from a technical perspective, a lot of questions and uncertainty about the need for batteries, right? So if you talk about intermittency, then there's the question on voltage control, frequency control, and that of course depends on what is in the system, what is there. The Sulawesi grid has a bit of everything, has a lot of geothermal, a lot of hydro. I think PLN is now fully integrating the wind farms that are running there. There's no curtailment. The frequency control is going very smoothly. So I think there's a lot of important learnings and getting more comfortable and confident. So I think it's a lot about learning curves, but a lot about finding the solutions for the different grids and seeing what exactly is needed and where can renewables compete right now and then hopefully also in the future.
Yes, thank you very much. I think that's indeed the case, because perhaps, of course, there will be some first grids where renewables will have like a cost effectiveness before, in a way, because for some reason you mentioned diesel generators, and of course, when you talk about batteries, they are super good also to provide grid response. So they are essentially faster than any conventional generators that we have so far. So there are many different aspects also there. So that's also, of course, a very good point there. So also talking about this sub-regions assessment, I understand that the Danish Energy Agency also has had some support to PLN sub-region offices and also local governments of addressing aspects like solar resources, forecasting methodologies, and also even bringing the Danish TSO to share some experience with the Indonesian and perhaps even some of these sub-region TSOs from under PLN, obviously. So how do you think this local experience as well could help other parts of the country addressing VRE?
Yeah, thank you, Raul. And yeah, it's correct that the Danish program has been engaged with the different local stakeholders. Yeah, local PLN offices. One is for example, in Lombok. We also have now funded another advisor that's positioned in PLN, working mostly with the wind projects. We have done these regional energy outlooks with some of the local, with some of the provincial governments that have potential for renewables. And I think one of the main conclusions exactly what Lisa also says, and of course that's mentioned from PLN, that it is really a large challenge ahead. I think everybody agrees on that, and it's not an easy it's not easy to solve it. And the grids and the systems have to be prepared. But what we would also say is that that preparation is also a lot linked to the learning by doing. The preparation has to come gradually, and it has to also come in through the knowledge sharing and through the experience of operating the grids. And for example, in Lombok, just as one example, it's one island, but it's not a microgrid. It has quite some different units, and there was installed some solar PV, and also supported a bit with the forecasting and so on to have that implemented in operation. And I think it's a good example that the technology is there. It doesn't have to be very advanced, but it's also a lot about the operation procedures, about let's say how the daily work of the control center, which is has to be adopted. And of course that takes time, and it's not easy, and each grid will be different. But I think what we can see is that there is a lot of potential already, a lot of places with the existing technologies, with the existing infrastructure there to get started and to start integrating some levels of renewables. And we shouldn't be too scared of the long road ahead, because there will be a lot of different technologies and types of initiatives will be needed in the future. But we can get started already with what is there in a lot of places. Yeah.
Thank you. I think a good point there was also that we talk much about also learning and sharing knowledge and experiences, but of course also the TSO, the local TSO, is the one also that really knows your particular system, right? You have like your local technologies, you have your local specificities of your grid. So of course there should be a balance in a way. Any sort of knowledge coming from externally, of course, should try to also first understand this local aspect, as you just mentioned. I think that's a very interesting point. I know we already are a bit over time, so I would like just to make a very last question. I would like to close with the Asian Center of Energy. So again, of course, the interconnectors in this energy exchange between countries, internally, also in Indonesia, between islands, is the way to go if we want to really explore the full potential of renewables again. And that also goes perhaps to a more, again, shorter resolution operation and dispatch, which may again, result or in having a different, or discussing at least a different institutional framework for generation, for transmission, and also for electricity exchange between countries and between neighboring countries. So my question is, how could ACE help bring countries together to discuss an eventual Asian power grid? Of course, as you very well mentioned before, of course there are some existing initiatives, but to start to build on these existing initiatives, but then to have a cross-border and really regional exchange, and perhaps these different exchange institutional framework to exchange electricity across the region.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I think, as I mentioned before, we have HAPUA as the platform for regional cooperations in terms of electricity, power, and of course the ASEAN power grid. And one of their main study is what we call the AIMS, ASEAN Interconnection Master Plan Study, and it's now it's AIMS 3, so it's always been renewed. So the idea of APG is not something new. So I think in Indonesia as well, the idea of Nusantara grid is actually not particularly new. It has already been there, but as mentioned in the discussions, like each province, each island have their own system, their own grid code. So harmonizing it will be very difficult. I mean, it's challenging. That's even before we are talking about financing the interconnections infrastructure itself, right? And in the region, I think HAPUA is the main platform to do that. AIMS3 is the main study that provide a bit of a higher level of the potentials of interconnection. So we mainly try to map the potentials of renewables, which interconnections points that are reasonable. We set the priority of that, and currently we are doing the AIMS3 phase 3 ongoing. to be doing moving forward, which we'll discuss more on these integrations, on the wheeling charge, on the grid harmonizations, creating the market, which is of course very important for the implementation. At the same time, we also really need to do a more detailed feasibility level of study of like the specific interconnections that we want to do, so that we can really be ready in terms of technical. And then once we have it, of course, another homework is on how we can attract the proper financing for this. And I think a leadership and willingness of the country is very important in here. And the role of ACE and ASEAN as a region is more on the providing recommendations, suggestions, technical assistance, and of course, connecting it with partners out there, including IRENA, GIZ, EA, and many others. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think we are over time, so we are closing our session. But of course, the challenges we see, it's very clear that the challenges are huge. We talked about storage, we talked about transmission, interconnectors, we talked about the need for proper financial schemes. We talked about stability, we talked about local knowledge, or really working also with local government, local TSOs. The challenges are there, but I think they are doable. The studies say and in a way prove also with numbers and with costs that the integration is doable. And I think it's a matter of working towards the goals that we really aim for the country, and also going even beyond for the entire Asian region. So I would like to please invite the audience to join me in thanking our panelists for this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Mr. Raul Miranda and all panelists. Please stay on stage. We will photo session together. Let's give big applause to all panelists and Mr. Raul Miranda for the fruitful discussion on power sector transformation in Indonesia. Now, we will continue to session 3. The discussion will be moderated by Ms. Badaria Yosiana, Regional Program Officer, IRENA.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. We are now at the last sessions, which I hope everyone is still excited because we have very exciting sessions. But before we go into panel discussions, I would like to invite Director Haris, and I will do this like very straightforward because Pak Haris needs to see the minister. So Pak Haris, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Bu Yosi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Bapak Ibu sekalian. So I think I just have 20 minutes because I have to go to another meeting in the section. So allow me to accelerate my presentation. So in line with our accelerate to develop renewable energy. So first, that I would like to inform that our energy situation now in 2021. So we have renewable energy implementation is about 12%. So if we compare to our energy mix, national energy mix. But more specific for the electricity is we already has about 14%. So about 10,000 megawatt is coming from renewable energy. consists of a hydro, more than 6,000 megawatt. We also has a geothermal. Now the capacity, installed capacity is about 2,300 megawatt, more than 2,300. And then the rest is we have wind, solar, bioenergy, and also others renewable energy implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also need to inform that now we are still has 88% of our energy fossil, and then majority of coal and also oil. So you can see that 88% of from the 88% of energy, fossil energy that we consume now, we has about 1.3 million barrel oil equivalent of oil we consume every day, and then our production level only 600,000 barrel oil per day. So we have to import more than 700,000 per day. And I think this is not good for us because our oil still using a high subsidy. And then the situation now is not good for us. Okay, so when we're talking about the electricity, I think Pram already mentioned also that our consumption for coal to provide electricity more than 60%. This is also a bad situation for us in terms of our climate change concern. And we also need to inform again that Indonesia already commit to reduce emission. We already has the nationally determined contribution, NDC, and we targeted 29% by 2030. And last month, we updated our new ambition to achieve more emission reduction. So for the energy sector, in the previous target is about 314 million tons CO2 emission will be targeted to be reduced in 2030. But now we have a new target for 58 million tons. So in the national level, from 29% increase become 32% in 2030. So, and another issue related to the G20. Now we are also has a very a concern on the energy transition, because one of the main issue in the G20 presidency of Indonesia is energy transition. And now we are also working to set the new target for the energy transition. And so far we already has the concept of a roadmap for the energy transition. By 2060, we try to reduce our emission become zero. And then we try to increase the capacity of renewable energy from now is about 10,000 megawatt, become 700 megawatt. I think this is a very big challenging that we need to implement, and we need investment is about $1 trillion to achieve the emission target with the target of zero emission in 2060. So how to achieve this target? I think we have a very big challenges related to the potential of renewable energy in Indonesia. We have at least we have more than 3,000 potential of renewable energy. We have more than close to 100 gigawatt for the hydro potential. We have about 23,000 gigawatt potential for the geothermal, and so far the implementation is still very low. And we also has a very big potential or capacity for the solar. And then the total capacity, I think for the next slide, the total capacity, the installed capacity for the electricity so far is on less than 1% from the total potential that we have. So I think this is also challenging. And then I would like to move to another slide. So the government tried to formulate regulation to attract more investment, and then to enhance our capability to implement the acceleration of renewable energy, especially. So last month also, we already have a new regulation, president regulation to regulate the pricing of electricity, renewable energy electricity, and then another point in this regulation related to the transition, energy transition also. So if we see that this new regulation, we try to increase the investment in renewable energy. We try to accelerate the implementation of the target of renewable energy, and also we try to reduce emission. So for the information that based on our experiences in the development of renewable energy, and then we considering then how much emission reduction produced from the renewable energy. So this effect of renewable energy is more than 54% from our emission target coming from renewable energy. So this is very important for us to accelerate renewable energy, to achieve the emission target, and also to fulfill the energy demand. Renewable energy type that already regulate in this regulation is all of type of renewable energy so far that we have, and then we are also include another type of renewable energy. In this case, ocean energy, that we are also put on the regulation, and because we are also has the potential that we already a big potential also. And I think this regulation we create in the president in the legal format is under the president regulation, because so far is our regulation for the electricity price and is only under the minister regulation, and then so far as when the minister change, the regulation also be changed. So by using this president regulation, I think we put a more stable, more better than before. So we hope. Next, please. Yeah, there are several key points in this regulation. So the main point is about the price. So we already put the price in this regulation. If you can download and then you see in the attachment. So there is a price already set in the attachment, and using the two mechanisms. The first is the ceiling price, and then also the negotiation price. In the ceiling price, we put also two staging. The first staging during the first 10 years, and then the second staging after that. And there are also incentive in the first 10 years using the location factor. So each area in Indonesia is different. Java, Bali is the location factor is 1, but if you come to Sumatra, it's 1.1 at least. And when you go to the let's say in the eastern part of Indonesia, like in Papua, it's 1.5 because the infrastructure. And the second key points next related to the procurement mechanism. So we are also regulate the procurement mechanism. In this case, there are direct appointment bidding and then also the selection, direct selection also. So for the certain situation, we put the direct selection, especially for the hydropower that the dam is provided by the government, or let's say, and then also from the geothermal also, because geothermal is a selection conducted by government, not PLN. And the contract will be at least 20 years for the biogas and 30 years for the hydropower, geothermal, and wind. And if any gap between the price already set in this regulation, and then we compare to the local cost of electricity PLN, if any gap, I mean the local, if the price is higher than the local cost of electricity supply, in this case, the government will try to fill the gap. So there is a compensation from the government to meet to provide the like a subsidy, compensation for the PLN. Next, please. So we are also put the energy transition in this regulation to put the legal basis for our activity, our program, our strategy to achieve the energy transition. Because as we know that the main strategy in the energy transition is one side, we try to reduce the use of coal, because so far we're using more than 60%. And then we try to maximize the use of renewable energy. So how far we try to reduce the coal, and then how about the roadmap to reduce the coal will be established by the minister, and then this is the one of the follow-up of this regulation. Next, please. So I think this is related to the power purchase agreement. Also will be evaluate, and then one of our follow-up of this regulation is provide the guidelines for the PPA, a new PPA. Next, please. So I think this is only administration process. The PLN had to do. They have to make a report to the government. Next, please, related to the transition for the existing progress of renewable energy implementation, we are also accommodating this regulation. Next. Next. And then another key point related to the government support. We involve many ministry involved in this regulation to get the strong support from the government. So Ministry of Finance, we invite to provide the support in terms of incentive. We invite Ministry of also Ministry of BUMN, because the buyer on this case is only PLN, and then PLN under supervision of Ministry of BUMN also. Ministry of ATR, BPN, related to the support from data from land acquisition. Ministry of Environment, so in several types of renewable energy, we also need approval from Ministry of Environment, so especially for hydro, geothermal, and also maybe for others renewable energy. Ministry of Industry related to the local content. We also need the support from Ministry of Industry. We hope that there is a relaxation for implementation of renewable energy related to the local content. Ministry of Public Work also, because they are also has we have to fulfill the permit from Ministry of Public Work related to the hydro water license for the using hydro, and then Ministry of Home Affairs, Indonesian Investment, BKPM, coordinating Ministry of Investment. So this regulation is, we hope that all of these key ministry have a strong support to implement and to accelerate the renewable energy. So I think this is my short presentation. Allow me to move to another meeting, and then I think there is here also Pak Adi, and then our from Directorate General of New Renewable Energy Conservation to follow up discussion. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Pak Haris, for the very insightful presentations. It's unfortunate that you cannot join us for the next discussion, and we wish you all the good luck for your next meetings. So we heard from Pak Haris about this new presidential regulations, which has been, all of us has been waiting for quite some times. And yeah, finally in September, President Joko Widodo officially issued the regulations. So it sets out provisions to push the establishment of the large-scale renewable energy plants by both the state electricity company, PT PLN, and the private sectors. So now let's move to the panel discussions. I'll move to the stage while calling all the distinguished panelists one by one. First, I would like to call Ibu Suharyati, Coordinator, General Energy Planning Facilitations from a National Energy Council. And next, I would like to call Dr. Aretha Aprilia, Head of Environment Unit from UNDP. Ibu Aretha. And next, I would like to call Bapak Hardif Situmeang, member of the Expert Council of the Indonesian Renewable Energy Society. Pak Hardif. And last but not least, I would like to call Bapak Rida Yasir, Assistant Deputy for Energy, Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs. Okay, thank you very much for all my very esteemed and distinguished panelists. We have very exciting sessions. I know that this is Friday, and so please bear with us for the next 30, 45 minutes to have this very exciting topic. So, I mean, we have heard the presentations from Mr. Haris about these new presidential regulations. Now, I would like to ask to Pak Rida Yasir. So with this new president's regulation is finally enacted, how do you assess its potential in aiming to accelerate the renewable energy investment, which could lead the significant renewable energy deployment in Indonesia?
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. When we talk about how a regulation will push forward development of renewable energy in Indonesia, we need to be aware also of how do we implement our regulation so far. We often hit walls when we do implement the regulations, and we need to clear up all that conflicts in regulations. We need to be more consistencies, to have more consistencies in having regulations working together in supporting each other. Like we still have a couple of points have already pointed out that there are conflicts on the renewable energy regulation with the national energy policy. So that needs to be cleared out. And if we do, after that all clear out, we need to look again into how is it that we going to develop this renewable energy on top of other things that is going on in Indonesia. We do have other energy resources at hand, and we also know that the new tariff is supported by incentives that is dependent on the national budget. So when we say the price is dependent on national budget, if we do have the budget, then it will go. If we don't have the budget, then it will suffer. And it would compete with other necessities that the national budget needs to cover. The last 2 years we have COVIDs, and then we don't know what's coming. We already know that a big crisis is on the way. And so again, if we put the focus on being helped by the incentives that come from national budget, then that's how things going to go. It just depends on the situation where the budgets are available or not. And I think we need to let the nature takes more course in the procession of planning of our development of renewable energy, so things will happen in the more in natural way. So it does not have to depend on anything. Just go with the flow, and we cannot forget that we have other source, and we can still use it up to target of net zero emission, and that needs to be accounted for, and our situation of overcapacity also need to be accounted for. How we are going to add capacity in the system that is already overcapacity. That will be all extra. That will be extra cost for all those. So if we push forward with that scheme, then we are going to come up with the high cost power, meaning that our industry will use high cost energy to produce to come up with their products, and the products have to compete in the global market. It just depends on what our competitives are cost of energy are. So that's I don't think that's the best way to go for now, but we need to really improve in how we formulate the or we need to be careful in translating this new regulation so that we didn't get stuck in the conflicts of regulation. We need to translate this regulation into pricing that are more natural, and avoid all things that will put an extra cost to our energy. I think that's the way to go with the new regulation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Parida. No, I think it's very important that you mention about this conflict, and I understand that Indonesia is huge country. It's complicated. One of our recommendations is also about the policy and regulatory framework, how we should align. And I understand, like from Pak Hari's presentation before, like so many ministries are involved, and it's not only ministries but also like local governments. So it's complicated. But we have seen. IRENA, we do some of the collections on price of renewable energy, we see this massive, reductions of costs in terms of solar PV, for example. Like in some places, it's even like significantly lower than fossil fuel. And I think it's slowly coming to the regions, and hopefully it will, start coming to Indonesia. And yeah, now I would like also to hear from Pak Hardif perspective. Pak Hardif, similar question. I mean, you're coming from the Indonesia Renewable Energy Society. I mean, you have this, community of renewable energy. From your perspective, from METI perspective, how do you see about these new presidential regulations? How do you see it will affect on the development of renewable energy?
This new presidential decree is really good for us. It's a basic in moving forward. As we know that the goal of this presidential decree for acceleration of the renewable development for electricity supply, for example, increase investment in the renewable energy, accelerate the achievement of renewable energy mix target in the national energy mix in accordance with the national energy policy, and also reducing greenhouse gas emission. In this presidential decree number 112 year 2022 also give some linkage with other departments in order working together to coordinate in achievement that goal. Pak Haris already mentioned to us about government support about this. For example, as the Minister of Environment, Energy, Mineral Resources, they already said that they will make the prepare a roadmap. Pak Haris already did just accelerate this early termination of coal-fired power plants after coordinating with Minister of Finance and Minister of State-owned enterprises. And under this regulation, what is the government support? For example, from Minister of Finance, providing fiscal and non-fiscal incentive, and also providing fiscal incentives such as the income tax facilities, import facilities, land and building tax relief facilities, and greater budget support, and so on. So this is a good standard for at national level as a basic, but we have to make it derivation of this regulation. This is the most important things right now. For example, under Ministry of the Energy and Mineral Resources, they will make a roadmap in order to support achievement of the national net zero emission. So many homework need to be done, department, and link it together in order to support this derivation. So the next step, what we need to do is we have to see this, coordinate each other's financing issue, regulation issue, and so on. And also, I think, and also what kind of need to be done, it's every sector which is linked to this. And what need to be done at power sector. Many right now in the IETO, we have to also to see what is the impact, what need to be done to support the IETO at every sector, particularly the more complicated in the power sectors. So this is need to be discussed further under the MAMR. Yeah, that's it. So this is good regulation for a national level to support us as a basic, as a reference. But derivation is the key issue right now.
Okay. Yeah, agree. I mean, it's very good to hear that from your perspective. It's already a good start, but then as Parido also mentioned, that we need to wait and see, also to find its form and synergy with the so many things that's involved. And I would like to go to Ibu Suharyati. I mean, the energy transition, of course, like industrialization is one of the key in ensuring the energy transition in Indonesia. And I think also the Indonesia's spirit is, not to rely on the outside sources. They want to, bring the technology in the countries and have their own, industry, supply chains, and because it will benefit the country and its people. So, in your opinion, what needs to be done to ensure, we have this energy transition that is just and inclusive in Indonesia?
Okay, thank you for your question. As we know, Indonesia is the archipelago country, then currently we look at the development in Java and outside Java is very imbalanced. There is imbalance, because the Java is, if we look the data from Indonesia Statistic Agency that GDP in Java is about 60%, and the other Java like Sumatra, Kalimantan, Sulawesi, and Papua is only 40%. So there is like Java and outside Java. So I think to increase the industry, we should be develop industry in outside Java, especially in Eastern Indonesia, because in the National Energy Policy also state that development in industry with high energy needs is prioritized in area rich in energy resources. In this case, Eastern Indonesia is region has a large potential resources, and can support the industry for program energy transition like the battery, maybe hydrogen and others. So if the industry develop in Eastern Indonesia and can support the program from transition, so the product of or energy to support energy transition will be cheaper than affordable for people. Maybe this, that is my opinion.
Thanks, Ibu Yati. I think, the issue of affordability is very important for Indonesia, and I think also for the other countries in these regions.
Yes.
And agree on that, balancing between Java and outside Java.
Yes.
During our assessment, we also, realized, we have, in Java, we have this over capacity of electricity, while the other regions is, still there have some challenges on energy access. Now I want to move to Dr. Areta. The enabling energy transition is a role. Not only for the local but also international organizations. And you work at UNDP, and how do you see UNDP contributing in enabling the energy transition in Indonesia?
Yeah. First of all, thank you so much, Yossi, for the opportunity, and also, ladies and gentlemen. On the outside, I'd like to share that UNDP has the position of understanding about the importance of energy transition, given that it's one of the reasons for climate action to take place. We have the enhanced NDC, and also energy sector itself, it contributes to 46% of global emissions, greenhouse gases emissions. And Indonesia is really heavily relying on coal, whereby 80% is rely on coal. So our position is that with gradual but also urgent energy transition through phasing down fossil fuel use by the increase of renewable energy and energy efficiency, that's pretty much the endorsement from UNDP side. Taking into the examples, tangible examples of how UNDP had contributed to energy transition, probably we can look at it into different categories. First is the upstream Second is downstream. Third, financial, because of course with technical or engineering, it's not, it's not going to be sufficient, but financial, innovative financing is also important. And the fourth one is knowledge sharing. So starting with the upstream, UNDP has already supporting the relevant ministries to conduct technical analysis to inform energy transition policy, in which we are working with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources to develop the emissions cap roadmap for coal power plants. We also conduct the technical assistance in renewable energy and energy efficiency project pipeline development to reduce initial cost of investment. And to this, we are working with PTSMI to provide the technical facility to increase the bankability of renewable energy projects, and also with KADIN, or the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce, in order for us to be able to facilitate and also assist the member companies to implement their commitment to net zero emissions. However, we also do demonstration projects, and to this, it's really like implementation side of it. So we do demo project to prove that the concept can in fact be implemented on the ground. So we have our NTRAF project, which is electric vehicles project, and also pipelining on green hydrogen. So it is all dedicated to assist the country to accelerate the NDC targets. And then I mentioned earlier about knowledge sharing. UNDP has the advantage for having 170 member countries in which the country offices can share their experiences and also technology transfers, lessons learned, policy exchanges. And to this, the UNDP Corporate has the Global Climate Promise Program that is dedicated to assist countries in accelerating their NDC target as well. And then innovative financing is also important, as I mentioned earlier. We have successfully facilitated the Ministry of Finance to develop the Green Sukuk framework, to which we mobilized $2.75 billion for climate mitigation and adaptation programs. And also, as a sideline, we also have another project which is with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, to which we provide the incentives for customers who are going to install solar PV, so solar rooftop. So for that, we have $1.6 million of cashback to be distributed to the customers. And finally, last but not least, we have also rolled out the newly established sustainable energy sustainable energy hub. So this is a global or corporate, sort of project, and it is to provide offering for the government of Indonesia for them to be able to develop the viable business model for mini-grid and also modern clean cooking. So those are, in a nutshell, the activities and also contributions of UNDP to energy transition in Indonesia thus far. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I mean, it looks like a very impressive programs, and I mean, you cover pretty much like every aspect of the this renewable energy deployment, and I'm quite interested with this cashback of the solar PV rooftop installations. I know that some of my friends, who installed solar PV rooftop, they already received this cashback. Yes, okay, wow. Yes, I think I have like 2-3 friends who have their rooftop solar PV.
Great
to know. Yeah, they greatly benefit from it, and I think like it needs to be accessed by more and more people. Yeah. And yeah, this is a very good program. And you also mentioned about the bankability. I think in the earlier sessions they also mentioned about this, like it's chicken and egg. The investors say that, show me the project project developers show me the money. So I think it's a very good program. And you also touched upon on the coal phase down or coal phase out. And I want to come back to Pak Rida. I mean, when we're talking about energy transition, of course, the coal is a very big issue. It's elephant in the room, and I mean for countries in the regions like Indonesia, Vietnam, like even Thailand, Malaysia, like this coal. I mean, this region has a lot of coal resources, and I think we need to. From Irina's perspective, we encourage this coal phase down or phase out as immediately as possible, because I mean our analysis saw that it could become stranded assets and it will not benefit the country. So I mean from your perspective, how do you see like Indonesia could move to that pathway, and also by taking into considerations the huge amount of coal and the big coal industry here, like how to make it just, and so like it's it's inclusive for everyone.
Thank you. So I still remember from childhood days walking on the street in Jakarta, not feeling or not doesn't have to. I didn't have to sweat out compared to these days. Walking out on the street in Tamrin, maybe in front of my office, just give me 5 minutes and I sweat out already, wet, and that's not good. And we all agree with the global warming. We all for reducing emission. We all support, and Indonesia already signed the Paris Agreement, and we do have our NDC, and we already also state our commitment. So in working out all that, we still need to remember that we need to keep the balance. We still have time. We set the target for 2060 or earlier to have net zero emission, and it is again net zero, not zero emission. And we do have natural resources that is God-given resources for Indonesia, and we cannot forget about that. And not that we have to push, but we just need to balance things out. Otherwise, it goes to our energy security. Otherwise, it goes to our cost of energy. And as much as we need to reduce our emissions, we also grow more mangrove, maybe also greening back the forests or whatever been destroyed by these industries. And we do have many options. Not many countries have many options like Indonesia. We could green our forests again. We could grow the mangroves more on the beach sides. We have the second longest beaches line in the world after Canada, and we also have good potential of solar, not as good as those on the subtropical and up, but we can balance that with the fact that Indonesia is a geographically challenged country for providing electricity, and in the global market, we already know the what we call the distributed generations, and this is the type of energy development that we could grow for eastern side of Indonesia for now, because it is less developed. It is infrastructure are less available in those areas. For short-term solution, that would be the best option for eastern side of Indonesia. But for the western side of Indonesia, we currently, the fact is we have overcapacity in Sumatra, we have overcapacity in Java and Bali, and if we push toward putting more capacity that is not absorbing this overcapacity for now. For example, we put more new renewable energy capacity into the overcapacity system, then we just like adding salt to the wound to our national budget. Our national budget is already bleeding, and our loan are increasing, keep increasing. So we need to balance things out. We have options. Indonesia has options. Not every country has so many options. We need to balance out, and we need to what do we call that? We need to encourage that all parties to learn to coexist. How much is emission we can do with our capacity of absorbing the emission itself, so that we could stay net zero, and how much renewable energy is costly effective for Indonesia to be developed to process its natural resources. We do need the renewable energy to process all this nickel or green smelter. We're all for that, but we need to be real in terms of costing. At what cost? At what price that it doesn't become a cost? That's the balance we need to find. We know how to balance things out. We just need to translate that into good balance and good practice in the regulation making, and also we need to implement the regulation in a more consistent way, as that is also one of the biggest problem in developing renewable energy. Thank you.
That's a very interesting statement that you make. I mean, I'm sure people will have different opinions in terms of like coal phase down or phase out, and in terms of, you know, like utilizing those resources. But I mean, I agree that every country has their own pace towards the energy transitions. And as I said that before, Indonesia is a huge country, it's very complex. And yeah, but I mean, from our perspective, we really hope that, you know, the country could.
I forgot one more point.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I was going to mention that 2060 is 40 years from now. It's a very, very long time. It's maybe 10 or 20 years ago, we used to say that 20 years is the time for a complete change of technology. And now we're talking about disruption. Technology changes in a more rapid time frame. And so that is the reason why we can't just leave out these natural resources, that the God-given natural resources for Indonesia, that it's been very nice for us, to us until now. Can we just leave them out and rotten or something? So at least we keep an eye on them. At least we do research how we can clean them up. How can we utilize it without causing the emission? We already have an example, a very good example from the oil industries. They already have CCS, CCUS. Why can't we find something? Why can't we find something like that for the industrial chimneys, for the for also from the transportation sectors? And I think we need to work together in coming up with all this so that we can come up with a very effective energy formula for Indonesia, because we cannot use other countries' formula. We cannot use other countries' technology just by copy and paste. Not all of them will be suitable for Indonesia. We already have good experience from trying to build the sea current, ocean current waves energy. We don't have as high, as strong current or as high waves as in the Arctic or in the Scotland and all those areas. But we need to come up with our own indigenous solution. That's what's going to work for Indonesia. That being said, combining or balancing out all the resources also going to be the best solution for Indonesia without leaving anyone behind. So that's why the key word I like to point out is every side needs to learn to coexist. We've seen examples. Russia and Ukraine need to learn to coexist. China and the US need to learn to coexist for the world to be a better place. Thank you.
Thank you, Parido, for your perspective on this. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to move to Ibu Suharyati. I mean, we're talking about these energy transitions. We also need to prepare for the workers, like how to prepare them, you know, towards the green jobs. I mean, this kind of term we don't hear them like 10 years ago, but now it's like, you know, we hear it more and more. Like, and how do you think that the industry need to address these workers to have transferable skills to mitigate, you know, against both manpower and skill shortage issues? Like, how do we, you know, the Indonesia should prepare for this kind of, you know, green jobs in the future?
Okay, I think for the worker is not not a problem for Indonesia because we have the many maybe in 2021 is about 140 million workers, and only 6% is unemployed. So I think this is okay for to support the industry, but for the support the green energy program, maybe need the support for the like training, maybe capacity building, or for maybe we need the assist the others, the other country, maybe the developed country, maybe to to encourage our workers so can be support the industry, green industry, like you mentioned before. I think maybe we can coordination with the Ministry of Manpower, for this program. I think. This is.
I mean, I agree. I mean, Indonesia. I mean, our population is huge, and we have like so many young generation, like very productive, and it's just in terms of providing like appropriate skills and knowledge so that they are aware of it, like what will the green jobs or the future jobs will look like. I think it's also already applied, for example, in IT sectors, and I agree. I mean, we are also like very resilient. These young generations, they are very adaptive as well. Okay, now I would like to come to Pak Hardif. Pak Hardif, do you think, where are I mean, in METI you also have some private companies, I believe, and coming from the private sectors. From your perspective, where are the opportunities in which, the public and private sectors can complement each other to address this financing gap and to accelerate the energy transition?
You know that the financing is a key issue right now to support the net zero emission. As I quoted from the Reuters event energy transition report inside 2021, what they said is a global issue, governments still need to step up their ambition on climate change action through implementation of carbon pricing schemes and other incentives for decarbonization. But also, we have to check, to elaborate further, the instrument under Paris Agreement. This is important too, we have to check. As I give you example, for example, is the Paris Agreement, there is Article 6. 6.2 market-based approach, and Article 6.4 market-based approach, and then 6.8 under non-market-based approach. I give you example is in the power system, to use carbon capture and storage, or CCUS, is give the there is some increasing the role of the variable renewable energy is change. There is some transformation of the system characteristic because will be concentrated with the in inverter-based resources. And then the pillars under the power system is resilience, reliable, secure, clean energy, and affordable and accessibility. So, like example, blackout in South Australia, 2016. Then, what we need is stable dynamically and also static. We have to maintain that secure dynamically and statically. Now, also to avoid stranded asset, yeah, we have to find also some solution like retrofitting for the existing of the steam coal power plant. Indonesia, like in Sumatra, South Sumatra and West Sumatra, many storage, yeah, because many over there is the for the EOR before. So this one also to avoid to prevent the layoff and also social impact to the people surrounding, yeah, neighborhood surrounding of this steam coal power plant. If you go to the, like I went to Drax in UK, surrounding that many small restaurants, many small hotel. And if you go also to steam coal power plant in Suralaya, many small restaurants, many small hotel, and also in Australia I was there in 1994. So here, carbon capture and storage is one of the important solution to retrofitting. The problem is, the key issue is how to finance that. You can use under Paris Agreement Article 6, yeah? Article 6.4, market-based approach. And then can be ITMO, internationally transfer mitigation outcomes. In the COP Cancun, I was there discussing until midnight. So at the time, we decided that CCS can be used as a CDM projects. Now, that's why to see the possibility to finance, yeah, and to finance to support net zero emission, we have also to elaborate further, yeah, the Paris Agreement, yeah, Article number 6. And also, this is in the Paris decision number 54, yeah, number 54. Can I read this? Yeah. Also decide that in accordance with Article 9, Paragraph 3 of the agreement, developed countries intend to continue their existing collective mobilization goal through 2025 in the context in meaningful mitigation action and transparency on implementation. Prior to 2025, the Conference of the Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement, shall set a new collective quantified goal from a floor of $100 billion per year, taking into account the need and priorities of developing countries. So for this financing, see this possibility, elaborate further, Article 6, and then paragraph 54 in the Paris decision. We have to see, and also at national level, to proceed further the carbon pricing, and then we make at national level is carbon trading at national level. For international level, it is ITMO. CDM already very complex, yeah, very complex. This can be used directly for ITMO, international transfer option for mitigation, yeah, mitigation option. So we have to see this.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Pardivan. I think it's. I mean, when we're talking about COP, we will have COP27 in the next few weeks, and next year it will be hosted by the United Arab Emirates, which IRENA is located. So it will be very exciting months and years ahead. So now I would like to move to Dr. Aretha. Do you think, in your perspective, how can Indonesia translate the compelling case of the energy transitions into the short and mid-term green recovery efforts? I mean, many countries are still, trying to recover from this COVID, and then we also have this, like energy crisis mostly in Europe, but I think it's also somehow affecting Indonesia and also some countries in the regions. And where do you see the main opportunities and challenges?
Thank you for the question. So I think we can look at the low-hanging fruits and also quick win when it comes to the compelling case that you mentioned about the sort of short-term to medium-term. So I think with the industrial decarbonization, I think it's going to be one of the low-hanging fruits that we can, collectively sort of work together in a sense that this sector consumes 35% of energy, which is actually the second after transportation. So as you can imagine, I mean, if, there is a saying that you can kill two birds with one stone. So when we talk about a pandemic, build back better, a sort of a green recovery, I think this is a way to go for us to focus on. So the challenges in that is, of course, I think our colleagues already mentioned about the importance of having innovative technologies that are viable from the perspective of economic, also economically viable options for the climate investments. Also, in addition to that, the availability of green financing and also incentive schemes, which is needed to address the need for various types of investments. And I think Pak Hardif mentioned earlier about carbon pricing, and may I add also blended financing also is another way to go. So in this context, as I mentioned earlier, that UNDP has worked with Kadin. Actually, this is sort of a pipelining that we have in order for us to facilitate for the industries to promote the decarbonization in their operations. So, and I'd like to take this opportunity to make a reference to the outlook that you've already developed with Irina. You mentioned that Indonesia is actually the largest steel consumer, compared to the other ASEAN region or countries. And also the cement industry is also sort of the, it's kind of the emerging industry according to the outlook, which I think is kind of a good segue for us to be able to focus on our interventions for the industries to also green their operations. And in addition to that, I mentioned earlier about transportation as being the second, the consumer of energy compared to the industries. I think this is also one way to go. And as you can see, based on the outlook that you've also prepared, I think it's rightly pointed out that EV is also one of the ways for us to be able to decarbonize in the public, transportation sector. And Indonesia itself, it aims to have 12 million EV cars and also 13 million e-motorcycles by 2030. So if we think about it, we have our resources for the battery, the raw materials for the battery. So it's kind of a burgeoning industries in Indonesia, and it is also possible that Indonesia will accelerate more quickly in terms of the development of EV. So I think these two options can be a way to go for us. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much for the insightful perspective. I mean, I love to hear more, but unfortunately we are short of time. But just my last questions, like a very short one or 2 minutes. Responses from all the panels. That Irina, we have been increasing our efforts to support Indonesia on the energy transition through our country engagement, and the outlook is one of it. So do you think, in your perspective, what opportunities that you see that Irina, could engage with your organizations or with the energy stakeholders in Indonesia to accelerate the energy transitions in this country? Yeah, Pak Rido, you can go first.
Thank you. I think developing the renewable energy in Indonesia needs consistencies. Consistency has been an issue. Changes of regulations been an issue, and success stories from projects also been an issue. the movement of the economy. We need to avoid as much as possible things like this overcapacity. We need to avoid as much as possible unnecessary done is competitive anywhere it is possible, and otherwise we just need to balance things out, as I mentioned earlier, and I think it's come back to being smart of doing anything.
Okay, thank you very much, Parida. And Ibu Yati, a very short.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I think that we need support for Irena about we know that the transition energy is there is many new technology like the hydrogen, CCUS, and maybe battery, maybe many technologies. Maybe this is new from Indonesia. Yeah, so maybe Irena can share the what kind of technology if maybe it can be implemented in Indonesia, and maybe like in Outlook, maybe we can share together how to develop the energy planning with the new technology. Maybe that is important.
Okay, well noted, Ibu Yati. And Dr. Aretha, it's a very quick one.
Very quick. We are towards the end of it.
Yeah.
So, I think I just want to mention as well that Irena and UNDP have already signed the agreement, whereby we are working also with Kadin to support the decarbonization of industries. So we have the Kadin Net Zero Hub already. So I think this is one of the good, entry point for us to work together. And as you rightly pointed out in the outlook that, Indonesia has the potential for geothermal that had been really tapped into, and a number of renewable energy sources that we can also look at. So I think sort of a brainstorming, tinkering with ideas in terms of how we can actually be able to deliver energy transition at the real sense rather than conceptual sense is also something that we can look at. There are a lot of vertical funds that are available that we can also tap into when we want to, sort of have interventions in Indonesia, and I think we can sort of collaborate in that as well in that sense. So I look forward to having that further discussion with Irena and you.
Yes, we'll be delighted to have that discussions with UNDP. So Pak Hardi, maybe a very short one. Do you think what kind of synergy that Meti and Irena, could do in terms of supporting Indonesia energy transition?
Good question. As you know that to support the NGE, the key issue is increasing level penetration of the variable renewable energy power system. So we need this is a key issue right now, and then we need to have converging views on this. Yeah, because as we know that weather dependence, uncertainty in the forecast, location-specific location, and can be distributed generation, not connected to transmission, and non-synchronous power sources. You know what happened right now? If we make it become a major resources, we have to change the power system control. Yeah, and then I give you example here. In this case, we have to change the level of become from local, from microgrid, we have to establish local microgrid controllers. We are four layer. And then from local microgrid control, interoperability with the DEMS, Distributed Energy Resource Management System. And from this, go to DSO, Distributed Management System Operation. And then from this, go to ISO and TSO. We don't have this such system right now. How you can control this? Because there are two things challenged. How we have to make interconnected system optimum during, because there are four phases, yeah? Normal state, alert state, emergency state, and restoration state. And interoperability is very important things. So the key issue is utility system architecture, distributed energy resources to microgrid controllers, yeah, distributed energy resource management system, distributed management system integrated with microgrid controller DOMS, ISO test on this or internet. We don't have that yet. If you have majority, in order to support achievement of NZE, penetration level of the variable energy need to be pushed there. So this is the problem. So I think IRENA, because we have many experts, so better focus on this, how to penetrate, to increase the level of the variable energy to power system, because we have to change this.
Yeah, yeah.
We don't have that yet kind of system yet. This is very important thing.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you very much, Hardif. And I think we also have discussed it in previous sessions, and we agree that the flexibility issues is very important. Well, with that, I mean, I don't want to hold everyone any longer. So thank you so much for all the panelists for their insightful views. And yeah, please join me in giving them a hand of applause.
Thank you to all panelists and Ms. Badaria Yosiana for the discussion. Please stay on the stage. We will have photo session together. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada para pembicara dan juga moderator. Kami persilakan untuk menempati tempat duduk kembali. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your kind participation in this event of Indonesia Energy Transition Outlook Report launching. For the last session today, we invite Mr. Gurbus Gono, Director of Country Engagement and Partnership IRENA, to give a concluding remarks for today's discussion. Welcome, Mr. Gono. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. Let me first start by thanking all presenters and panelists and moderators of all speakers of the several sessions that we have organized. I think it has been a very good launch event, very good discussions, very good thoughts, food for thought. And what I have seen is there's definitely an ambition. And there is definitely an true enthusiasm to move forward along the clean energy pathway. Obviously, there are challenges. There are challenges, some of them are of global nature, like COVID, post-COVID recovery, related to some certain geopolitical issues, but also there are challenges related to in the national context. Related to the surplus capacity, related to tariffing. But I mean, there is definitely an interest to address those challenges. And there is definitely an enthusiasm to act on these challenges and resolve them. Under the Paris Agreement, Indonesia has already pledged to reduce emissions at least by 29% by 2030, which could go over 40% if some support can be provided. And we know also that there is net zero roadmap is on the way to 2060. And as I mentioned in the morning, we are very much hoping that the study that we have carried out, the outlook now today we have launched, will be a good input and can be reflected in a good way to give an ambition and concrete action to the government towards decarbonization. Obviously, once the roadmap is in place, it is very important to be able to implement it. And the implementation is, obviously, it would require a strong commitment by the government. I think it is there as far as we were able to observe, but also it's very important to have a coordinated action. I think there was a very good presentation, there was a good slide that Director Harris shown us, that how they are in a specific issue, how they are engaging with different institutions across the government to be able to address certain issues and certain concerns. And I think that kind of action is extremely important to be able to bring in all relevant stakeholders around the table and to be able to agree on the way forward and the action to be taken. I think if there's a strong buy-in by all relevant stakeholders, it is much easier to move on. That's why I think that approach is the right approach to take it forward. What is also equally important is the support and partnerships the government can develop with technical institutions like IRENA. Obviously, the work we have undertaken in this study and I think quite a substantive and extensive engagement in the G20 context, that is a good demonstration of what IRENA can provide and how IRENA can support. We are ready to provide additional support where we are needed. I think there are obviously these studies and earlier analysis that we have undertaken provides opportunities for IRENA to further engage with the government and provide the technical input into these discussions. And carry out certain additional analysis. And we will be happy to have conversation with the government, with other stakeholders, and how we can formulate it and move forward in the coming period. So before closing, let me thank to all our partners who have contributed to this stream of work, but also in a broader context facilitated our collaboration with Indonesia, starting with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, other ministries, several ministries we have been in touch with and in collaboration with, PLN, the national utility, as well as the National Energy Council for their support and collaboration that we have provided. I would like to express also gratitude to our technical team of IRENA. I think they have put in a very substantive efforts in bringing this together. So therefore, I would like to thank to them also for their technical expertise that they made it available to this study for quite a long period of time, I would say. But the good thing is they are still ready to do more and collaborate more with in the context of Indonesian energy transition. With this, I would like to thank you all and looking forward to future opportunities of collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech, Mr. Gono. Ladies and gentlemen, our honorable guests, we have come to the end of today's agenda. I would like to thank you for your attention and participation. And a good afternoon, stay healthy and have a nice day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Baik Bapak Ibu Panitia, kami mohon untuk bisa berfoto bersama terlebih dahulu. To Mr. Gono, we invite to photo session.